Welcome back to the warm bath that is the 2025 World Series of Poker main event, Day 8, except now we bathe with a plugged-in blow dryer in hand as it's time for the night shift. Ali Najad, Nick Schulman in the booth, Jeff Platt, Natalie Bodie working the sidelines. Glad to have you aboard as we bring you up to speed for those that might be just joining us. Be done. Braxton Dunaway, 96 bigs, your chip leader. The grinder coming back from near flatline. 3 bigs now, sitting with heaps. And Leo Margets, the last woman standing, and standing reasonably tall as you get a look at the full leaderboard. Brought to you by PokerStars. Top 9 on your screen now. Adam Hendrix, Mizrachi, 2 and 3. There is Margets in 11th. Leanest of all stacks belonging to young Daniel Iachan, right there with Wasnock, 15.1 ahead. Tony Gregg not far off the back of the bus. As we give you a look at 1 and 2, not parked at the same table, which is of course good news, as they don't need to contend with one another, but the competition resumes.
Everything is fine? Okay, I believe it's fine.
Cards back in the air.
If camera say yes, okay. Whatever.
Note that unlike under normal circumstances where that dinner break would have been taken commensurate with a level break and increase, we're still here at 500K, 1 million for the next hour in these 2-hour levels.
Because I didn't count, I don't.
Yes, my fault too.
I assume my responsibility.
Okay. Next break, I'm going to count for sure.
As long as nobody raises my big blind, everybody's happy.
You're right.
Raise to 2.1.
Mizrachi with the ace-7, Nick, 2.1 million, and Tony Gregg with the antidote, direct left.
1 minute short. Maybe it's mine.
So nice to come back from dinner with just a crystal clear one for Tony.
No clouds in his stones. But some fog will envelop this ace-7 as the all-in is declared from Mr. Gregg. That ace-7's not going to be interested in a continue. Perhaps a little dessert on the back end of that dinner break for Tony Gregg, clearing the 20 million mark.
How you feeling, Pedro? Good, man. How you doing? Good.
The 4 shove was nice.
Huh?
The 4 shove was nice.
Yeah.
Believe Tony just gave Grinder a little dap for perhaps some maneuver that has come to his attention
Don't sweat it.
from earlier.
Don't sweat the small stuff, brother.
Those are the dynamics of playing on stream, of course, which is a, you know, a rare situation where you play a hand and then in an hour or whatever it is, everybody knows what everybody had.
9-3 offsuit, not enough. See how the chip leader wants to proceed. 8-6 off a limp. Kenny Hallaert, who did hold the chip lead for a good bit of yesterday's action. Checks back the Queen 4 suited. And we'll see 3 with 3 million in the middle. Queen Jack 9, gut shots for both. No, top pair for Hallaert, forgive me. Queen 4, not King 4. Braxton checks over.
How many will be?
Could see going either way for Kenny. Throws a salmon out there. Winner.
Job done.
Seems like it. The kid right there. The kid right there.
Well, that one ending uneventfully, but apparently the cauldron bubbles over at the other table, and it involves that short stack of Iachan. Bojovic with ace-king suited against 9, sort of a classic spot here. Luka the covering stack.
He has, I don't know, 10 bidders or something. Okay. 9 bidders.
This was an open and then a jam and call off, and so far the 9s are doing good, clearing the big hurdle in an almost 30 million chip pot. There's Mom alongside. Oh no! And there's the ace, a dagger, Nick.
One time.
Nina needs to say hi to keep young Iachan in.
One time.
Not to be.
What a run. You can feel,
What the fuck?
I want to say deflation, but 17th place, 450 G's waiting. Embraces his table mates, and that'll do it, Ali.
Well, for the Baltimore resident, in the words of HBO's The Wire, shit. Jack 7-5 as the show rolls on mercilessly, absent Iachan, who adds to his 87,000 in career tournament earnings. Pisarenko nut flush draw here. Finds a 4 on the turn.
Interesting choice from Pisarenko, open low jack. Veloso defended the big blind. Check, check on the flop.
Looking to under-rep nut diamonds in the event that they show up. Of course, we can see Veloso with no reason to get excited. Queen high, which stays that way.
I like the way this guy puts the chips in and just his whole thing. Take it, sir.
Yeah, there's the money you're short.
Hasn't really had the chance to break out, has Maksim Pisarenko, as we break away and send it to Natalie Bodie, standing by with the most recent eliminee.
Well, Danny, earlier this week we discussed that this was probably the coolest thing that had ever happened to you. How would you describe this experience?
It's been a blast. Ended too soon, but lasted way longer than I could have hoped for.
You had some great support on the rail. We talked to your mom who made the trip. What was it like having them here for this moment?
It was amazing. So nice not having to go through this alone, having someone to get me coffee, get me food, pick me up when I lose big spots, cheer me on. It's great.
For so many people, this is a dream, and now you've lived it. Was this experience everything you thought it would be?
Honestly, maybe a little underwhelming from the inside. Like when you're on the rail, it seems like, wow, I wish I could be there. And then when you're there, it's still just poker. But yeah, amazing. I'll probably never skip a main event after this. And hopefully we can top this at some point.
Thank you for the time. Great run.
Well, $450,000 going to Danny. And I don't know how to break this to him, but Mom and I were playing high limit Bach last night, and I do believe Caesars extended a marker, and she very much took them up on it. So yeah, a good quotient of that might have to be dedicated toward the payoff. None of this is true for those concerned.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was concerned. Take it, Mr. Lee.
He might know something about Baccarat.
He might.
It's always the guys who call for no side, 3 side. Those are the ones that you tend to think have broken a deck or two. That's my favorite part of playing Baccarat, is the mutilation of the cards. It's really, you can get the evil out, kind of, you know, without a one-round penalty.
Yeah, you know, I haven't played much Bach, but that's also my favorite part.
Hendrix favoring King-Queen offsuit, understandably. Min raise. Bojovic, by the way, up and over 50 million after claiming the pelt of Iachan, that 30 million chip pot, putting him there. Looking to keep Hendrix company up at the top of this table's leaderboard. There's Padron, touched on this, but he was the leanest stack late last night. The spin-up has been very real for the man from the Philippines, and he and Hendrix, by the way, share Alaskan connections. As he currently lives in Anchorage and currently holds the lead with top pair on an ace-9-8 board. Hendrix has it checked over.
Remember, Padron was saying he was going to call it, and his wife said, you should play the main, you owe it to yourself. And here he is, 16 left, and has all sorts of a stranglehold on this one.
Absent Shifan, who brought us the dual layer shades, I think a clear alpha in the eyewear department has been established in Hendrix. Look at the wickedness of those frames.
Of course, we've touched on this. They are strong.
Gold-plated Panthers?
What happened here, by the way? Did Padron put more than half in, making it a raise, or? Okay. Looks like it's a call.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to hold you.
1.8 ahead, trip aces now for Padron.
And this spot for Hendrix is interesting. Betting again puts a lot of pressure on a 9 or an 8, and we're just simply ahead of draws. However, we do have real showdown with this one. I think perhaps we go either way, but you can really bet all sorts of hands on the turn as Hendrix. And he is reaching, that's 3.5, I believe. Forgive me, 7.
Meatier than anticipated into this 9 as Adam really seeks to tell the story.
That is extremely meaty. He really wants a 9 to just fold for sure with that size. Padron, of course, not going anywhere. I would think Adam bluffs a diamond on the river, but perhaps just checks a lot of other cards. 23.1 in the middle. Dry 6 of spades. That's a winner for Padron. Huge pickup.
Indeed. Joey says he's into hunting and hunts moose. Got into it when his friend Mark introduced him. Just fell in love with his first kill, and that's some big game he just took down there.
Hunts moose, you say?
That's an animal that it goes wrong if you, you know, if you just accidentally graze the ham hock on a moose. You know, they can turn on you. I've seen some videos. I go down YouTube rabbit holes.
What do you think you go there? Rifle or bow and arrow?
Me personally, RPG at a minimum.
Yeah.
Although the meat tends to be unusable on the back end. It is sort of insta-jerky, I think. But anyway.
You've never been hunting, right?
Nah, I can't do it. I see a flattened rabbit on my drive into my community, and I actually shed a tear. I don't like it, you know.
A flattened rabbit.
I wouldn't worry about the population. They really are quite prolific in the, you know, procreation department. Having owned a rabbit as a kid, I can speak to this with authority.
What was the rabbit's name?
Fluffy. Not particularly original, but Fluffy lived a good life, most of which was spent trying to hump my stuffed koala.
Okay. There it is.
Bojovic. Hunting with the ace-queen. Hendrix. King-9 of hearts, defendable. Hops in once more.
well.
Again, a couple of aces, this time both on the flop, and it's all of it for Bojovic, who holds the deck. Things are taking shape rather handsomely for him on the back end of dinner.
We're either going to see Bojovic go for the smallest-ish bet possible or just check even. Looks like going for the former. Should do it.
Well, Luka doesn't try to get cute. Takes it right away. There's Daniel Iachan.
That's really good lighting, that is a fantastic photo.
Thank you.
I love it. Turn for me, darling, in the words of Nick from the other night.
Oh, yes, great.
Yeah? Awesome.
Yeah.
Mom Sue.
It's great. Yeah. Should we go?
I'm working tomorrow. I just wanted
Okay.
this.
Yeah.
So we'll check
Yeah.
in with me. See what,
16 left after the departure of Iachan.
Just tell me how much you want.
A lot of vultures on the way to the cage, young man. Get your money and get right out of here. 3-bet from Pisarenko. I feel like all of these kind of offsuit ace-x 3-bets that he's taken have all just run into the top of the deck.
Well, it started with Hallaert, who opened to 2.3 million. Pisarenko stuck the 6-5 out there, and Minghini says hi with ace-queen suited. And it has been a frustrating sort of day of poker for the most part for Pisarenko.
Floor. Hands.
Minghini.
Floor.
Shot him a little. Shot the Minghini rail a little. Not in an aggressive way, but Pisarenko did shoot them a little look.
Thank you. I don't think so.
No bluff there.
Huh?
No bluff.
I believe it.
I'm big chicken.
Two kings.
Me too. No bluff.
Two kings.
Just full. 2 kings.
I saw when they threw the.
Ace deuce. Offsuit.
No bet.
Rich part of the deck.
Free roll.
Distributed once more, and this time for the chip leader Dunaway.
Aces.
Up front, he elevates.
Make it 2.2.
I also could be ace king. I folded them like that, and you saw one when I mucked it.
I didn't see it.
I know you didn't, obviously.
No takers all the way around to the big of Margets. King 6 offsuit. And she does not want to tussle with the boss stack. Showing some discipline and some restraints as we send it down to Jeff Platt for a glimpse at what he and Mike Mizrachi talked about earlier.
Hard for us to remember a more dramatic day for one player than what has happened for you today. What's it been like for you, all these swings?
I mean, I'm used to it. It's my life, the gambling life, ups and downs. It's a roller coaster ride, but I just never gave up. And I know, even at 2 million, I knew I still had a shot. The only way you don't have a shot when you have no chips left, so it's a chip in the chair.
That's right. Does it take a little bit of pressure off when at some point in the day you are that short, you are down to a couple bigs?
Well, there's no pressure. Yeah, well, obviously, yeah, for sure. But now it's a little bit more pressure, but I don't feel anything. I feel like I'm 100% going to win. I feel like the same way I felt about the PPC.
Does that give you an edge, you think, in mindset over the rest of the players?
I feel like I'm going to have a huge edge later on. If I get really deep, if my stacks gets really deep, they're going to be in big trouble.
We're excited to see the show continue. Appreciate the time. Thanks, Grinder. Guys.
One thing is for certain, the grinder is going to make this an interesting finish as we work our way down to the final 9 before we call it quits this evening.
Well, that's without a doubt, Holly. Running into a grinder type, you know, they're so rare. a real gambler through and through. Somebody willing to kind of put it all on the line clearly. So we see the Dunaway defense against Minghini with the 6-4.
2 clubs and 2 trays. Credit to Minghini, by the way, not shy about opening with chip leader and then Hallaert in succession behind.
Well, Hallaert's under the gun, chip leader in the big. But the point very much remains, and I think for Dunaway with this particular hand, the idea is to not fold. You could go for call or raise.
He's going to flat the 1-5 follow through. No equity for the 6-4. Quite the opposite for Dunaway, who finds an open ender. Quick check back from Jarod.
Oh, the stone nuts arrives for Dunaway minus a full house.
We're not so worried about boats as played. Dunaway leads and takes it.
What do you have last time?
It's all going Braxton's way. And without question, they love to see it. Down there at Kojak's Poker Club in Midland. Well, Play Poker Go is where the action never stops, and now you can chase your share of $1 million in gold every single hour. Jump into free online poker with real players and zero risk. The gold free roll runs every hour on the half hour. No buy-in, no catch, just your shot at gold. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. You know, I feel like we need one of those little asterisks and the small print beneath there in that one, just to advise this is digital fool's gold in a way, not actual 10 to 24 karat sort of alloy.
Yeah, you know, it probably is in the fine print somewhere.
I would hate to be held accountable. You know, hey, Ali, you told me I'd have $1 million in gold, and then, you know, I get served with papers or something. So I've done my bit now, as Veloso does his with ace-queen.
Grinder just does not go quietly, does he?
He wants to fight.
And fight he is. I know Brent Hanks is happy to see that, Ali. The mallards of the grinder.
Yes, his it is sort of a moment of eroticism whenever deuces are dealt and Brent is in the booth.
You know, this call from the grinder with ducks is out of bounds theoretically, but it's so beautiful to watch him work in these situations and just to get a little window into that glass half full kind of style.
So he books a trip to the flop, which doesn't yield fruit, but a 9-high rainbow board, and might he be looking over at the early open of Veloso?
Ali, he's talking to him a little.
I didn't look there, I promise.
I believe he asked him what the flop is or something of that nature. He's just transfixed on Veloso talking to him.
Amazing, right?
Unclear whether or not that discussion lent to Veloso checking and then folding.
And that hand is really a window into how hard it is to have this guy on your left.
You know, you talked about the flat being out of bounds, and I want to ask an honest question because Grinder has gone on record and talked about, I'm not doing these books and solvers and whatever. And famously, he has that live pro vibe. Do you think he knows where the sidelines are? How the field is drawn up?
I think he has great instincts regarding it and some ideas. One issue with under the gun one is, you know, you do have to avoid 6 further ranges behind you. That's one of the reasons, basically the principled reason, you're meant to play tighter from those positions. But to answer your question, yes, I think he has probably some of the best card sense ever. And as far as the starting ranges and such, I think he has ideas. but he pushes it and plays his own style unequivocally. Some people just have soft hands.
I like that. By the way, his hands can get pretty hard pretty quick, too, so beware if you enter the ring with the grinder.
You don't just like another table.
Try what?
Round amongst to the chip leader, 9-4. Not enough. Jack Tray for
We wait until they're showing
Hallaert in the
table
small.
on TV, then they'll show what the stacks are whenever like a hand comes up for them. We can make it out from here.
Feels Kenny might be between limp and just fold.
Goes with the ladder, and Veloso had an ace. He was certainly ready.
Knew it.
I knew it.
What'd you get up to on the dinner break, Nick? Did you grab a bite?
Did grab a little sushi. Yeah.
Nice.
I was swaying the screen.
I see you're.
What's
That's
that?
why you bluffed me. Yeah, I didn't
But
bluff
we
you.
had an over-hour dinner break.
Bet you had the best hand. I'll lay you up.
But now that we've returned, I can't help but notice Ali is eating. Is that the cup of noodles there? I just don't get it, man.
What? You never had a cup of noodles?
And this isn't a bit, right? You're not trying
I'm
to get
eating
a
the
rise
cup of
out
noodles.
No, I know, you're right. But I'm saying you're not kind of trying to like...
Why would my dinner decision have any impact on you? Are you offended?
No, I'm not offended. I just sort of don't understand. We had 90 minutes. It's, you know...
No.
Margets with the ace-4 suited.
Could have found myself a Salt Lake, but, you know, I'm going to get my sodium this way.
Mizrachi's spades are covered. And let's see, this one's a little bit close between call and aggress further pre. Let's go for the call.
His spades smothered. Advantage Leo, nearly 3-2, headed to the flop. 9-6 deuce, all black, but all clubs. Ace high, holding on. As is Margets, by the way, with just 17 million back. Every decision becomes that much more pressure packed. When mistakes can't be afforded. C-bet of 1.3. Club check for grinder.
Glances over at Margets a few times as well.
If he picks up on something, his holding and whether or not it's a good candidate might go right on out the window.
Well, picking up on something supersedes your combo, certainly. But he didn't pick up on anything that time.
And in turn,
Margets rail lets her hear it.
she picks up the pot. You can't help but root for her to make the final table and perhaps,
It's very cool.
you know, just support the continued development of the game. Iachan won 450,000, by the way. Our apologies, the graphic showing 360 there for him. But Dombrowski, Diego Ponce, and Mohamed Peradi, all recipients of that figure. Before him, what would you do, Nick, if you were down here, top 20, doesn't go your way, you know, there's still some of the night left. What's the first thing you would do? Payout complete. What would you anticipate yourself doing?
But probably just go home. I mean, it depends what, you know, at this hour, at this stage in my life, I'm just sort of going home.
And then changing and going out?
I don't think so, Ali. That was the, you know.
It's the end of it.
I believe so. One thing I'm certainly not doing is hanging out with you after such an occurrence.
Why is that?
I just can't imagine busting final 2 tables and running into you in any capacity, let alone a venture out into the night.
I wouldn't allow you to be down on yourself. I'm good for that. You know, I know how competitive you can be. I feel as though I might not be the worst option.
Cool.
Still not going to exercise it, huh?
6.6 in the middle.
Mizrachi climbing aboard with the baby suited connector. Queen 10, 10, 2 hearts. He's got this small flush draw working. 7 heart dangler for Hallaert along with the ace high.
Watch it on screen.
Checked over to Hallaert, who deliberates here. Again, those small blind defenses, even with the range of grinder, tend to interact with this sort of stuff in an attractive way. He does check it back and finds a 7 on the turn.
And that 7 could prove to be somewhat fortuitous. I think Grinder is watching the board on one of the screens because he was kind of looking over there and said 7 of diamonds and pretending to be surprised. 1.6 declared, and of course for Kenny, not going anywhere.
Seizing the initiative.
Queen 10 over there.
Grinder suggesting that the monitor has inadvertently revealed that he has Queen 10. Hallaert not indulging, just finds the flat as Grinder does not find the heart. And with 5 high and almost 10 million in the middle, will he surrender? This is the question. Not a common occurrence.
You know, in this line, Hallaert does have plenty of ace high. Grinder might feel compelled to bluff and target all sorts of stuff.
Got a handful of salmon. Well, no bagels, unless we're talking about 5 high, but some locks as he fires 3.5. Straightforward flat here from Hallaert?
I kind of feel inclined not to fold from the booth, but I could see being alarmed at the presence of the 8-10-10 queen. But it looks like we have a pretty good bluff catcher. Not a diamond in sight. The 7 is a pretty key card. Grinder can have king 9 suited, king jack, the ones we're looking at. Maybe even something just stone random. There's a chance Kenny is considering raise. Represents something like 7's full. That'll do it.
Like a boss.
Yeah, did Kenny drop the like a boss?
Well, the grinder said 5 high.
Yeah. Well, Mike getting after it. And we know these swords are double-edged. For Hallaert, trying to close the gap between himself and the top of the leaderboard. Well, a man who was a part of these proceedings for a time, Sebastian Schulze, checked in with our very own Jeff Platt as he roots for Bojovic.
All right, on the Luka Bojovic rail, and I run into a familiar face, and that would be Sebastian Schulze, 23rd place finisher in the main. So I think, you know, that's cool. He's here supporting somebody. It is Luka. Okay, that's cool. You're here with a friend who's also run deep in the main. But you guys are flatmates in Austria, and you both made day 8 of the main. Is that still wild to comprehend for you both?
It's pretty insane, actually. Yeah, it's still tough to comprehend that we actually made it, and especially with the other guys, Stefan Nemetz. He's also a common friend of ours.
Unbelievable.
The 3 of us. Yeah.
What are the conversations like between you two, especially over these last couple days?
Basically, just like always, but also talking about the other players, trying to get some information. And at the table, generally just fucking around, just you know, throwing jokes at each other, and yeah.
What can you tell us about his game that you think would help him be a real threat to win this thing?
Luka is someone who is extremely solid. His mental game is super strong. His routines are super strong. He hits the gym. He does so much that just puts him in a great spot to perform super well. And he also, this guy is super disciplined in his studies for all the time we've been living together. This were like 4 years that he started to study tournaments. And because of all these things combined, I think he's like a real threat to the others. He also has tons of live experience. He played a lot of live cash, basically since 20 years or something like that, he's playing live. So you should take...
He's a threat.
He's a threat, yes.
He's a threat. Okay, well, finally, I left you hanging the other day at the end of our interview on a handshake, so I got to redeem myself there. Thank you very much for the time. Schulze and Bojovic, 2 flatmates running deep in the main.
Thanks, Jeff. Pretty darn remarkable, Nick, but there is something to be said when you find the right click, when you find the right little think tank or crew that you can bounce ideas off of, your game truly can elevate.
Well, certainly true, but for them both to run this deep is pretty wild.
You win.
Nemetz, by the way, they mentioned being a friend of theirs, so a trifecta of sorts with deep runs.
Crazy.
Only one of them still standing, as we see Lee flash the ace. Is the show 1 game been negotiated?
I don't think the game is going. Garrett simply just said show 1.
Okay.
And he obliged. Ace of clubs. Good one to show.
I promise this shot is just for you. From the rail, or the rig rather, on down. Ozimok will sit it out. Similar kit for Correa. Takes the pass. Now Luka, 56 million, ace 8. No, thank you. I know you like calling pool and playing pool, you know, billiards, whatever it is, you know, snooker and eyeball.
Yes.
Was there not a famous Waz in that world as well, or am I mixing it up with The Miz?
You might be mixing it up with The Miz. I don't recall a Waz. Maybe you're thinking of The Miz, Ali. Yeah. Steve Mizrachi.
There it is. Ace Queen.
One of the prettiest strokes of all time. Southpaw.
Had some trick shot videos, I feel like, once upon a time that I used to soak up. Meanwhile, Lee absorbs the raise from the big. hockey sticks.
50.
No 7 on the flop, but no ace or queen either, as Padron is left with the Broadway gutter. Lee checking with 2 over, staring him down. $1.8.
Mr. Lee not going quietly.
Sticking around is Daehyung. Another 3.6 into the kitty and another 6 on the board.
In Padron's seat, I would feel inclined to barrel a lot of turns. This particular one is pretty poor. Oh, and the jack does come home.
Binky. After the check back. Let's see how greedy Padron will get. Doesn't feel as though 7s are going to be interested in paying any amount truly that would be reasonable.
Agree. Pretty loud rail out there. A lot of conversations abound and so on. It is what it is. They're enjoying themselves, but they're pretty loud out there. Do you guys hear that at home?
I don't think they're like yelling or being disruptive loud, which sometimes is the case.
But still,
it kind of turned into a little bit of a dive bar out there.
Yeah, they're at the dive bar. You know, you got Stewart with a 6er. You got lots going on out there. You have the Spaniards, Vamos. The Koreans are here. It's okay, though. That is sort of cultural with the main. It can get kind of rowdy.
Sure. Well, when asked, Padron, on how he plans to spend the money, said he's going to invest it. I guess that's a prime opportunity for us to introduce Joey to Night Shift coin, which, of course, you can ride up, but I feel compelled just out of a sense of morality to advise it will get rugged. But, you know, hop on board that green rocket while it lasts.
Have you ever been in one of those crypto scams? Like on the wrong end, I mean, of course, I assume even you would draw the line at, you know.
No, I'm not a guy to do
But have you ever,
like
have you ever run it down in the coins?
Never touched any of it, you know?
All in for Waz. Good luck, sir.
Yeah, he touches all of it.
Believe that's his rail applying. That might be from the main feature, though.
6s, 1-6 in the bin. Is Ozimok gonna have
take it, sir?
Interest? No, shows the ace and then lays it down. I like that.
My turn.
It would have been a foul.
Okay. Whip him up, Waz. Get him going.
No civil war.
Just give me something I can work on.
Now, you with me on this Night Shift coin thing, Nick? I mean, we could really end up. It could be a bit of a windfall. Yeah, at the expense of, you know, some bag holders, but, you know, that's part of the fun.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about crypto, but, you know, that would be, I'd get in there.
Yeah.
If you're willing to partner up on Night Shift coin, I'm in.
We'll talk, Ali.
Okay. That's not a prosecutable offense domestically, is it? Just out of curiosity. I'm not trying to end up, you know, behind bars.
Sweet boy like you.
You want to talk about soft hands? Veloso, ace jack, 2 million.
Talk about folding your cellmate's laundry all morning. Perfect crease in the sheets.
Jared's not going to be doing any folding. It's a perfect setup for him. Let's go to the 3rd floor.
Would imagine that'll do it. We'll be back. Waz is standing. Guerra's standing.
Are they the parties involved? No, it is in fact Correa with sixes. This is what Was jammed and took it down with a moment ago, and Hendrix with the ace-king suited.
A reminder that these all-ins, of course, are a sweat for everybody remaining.
Hendrix has come over for a little transfer of good fortune as he makes contact with Guerra. Ineffective on a queen h6 board. One club, but he's up against bottom set. Calls for 10 or jack of clubs, I imagine, for maximum perspiration. And the king actually ending it. Did Correa come with Martin Luther?
You just ask politely.
What do you mean?
I think he was calling for a king on the turn in that fashion.
He said Martin Luther?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, that's
so strong.
I've never heard that one. If he did.
So strong.
Come on the turn. The Martin Luther. That's our vamos. Okay, wow. Here we go. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Margets.
So this was the Minghini 3-bet of the initial ace-jack open from Veloso. And as we can see, Margets has woken up behind in a major way.
It was 2 million that went to 5-6, and the fourth floor,
The exact same stuff.
the stone penthouse, 26-7.
You have an ace and a Martin Luther, Leo? Believe if you're in Minghini's seat, it is a bit sick, just given priced in ideas, but with Veloso opening under the gun 1, we 3-bet, and now here she comes. We have to think queens, kings, aces, and ace-king make up most of her range.
And on those rare occasions where that isn't what we're dealing with, she's got to be paired, you know, unlikely, but still in the lead.
I was not laughing, but I'm always also happy for ranking.
Me?
Yeah.
Sounds like we're flipping.
I had 10 jack suited. I had 10 jack suited.
A bit of a hand funeral. A bit of a hand funeral.
Yes.
You know, I confess there is something pleasantly infectious about the sort of visible joy that Margets is experiencing right now.
I can't make that one.
The Catalonian, one-time bracelet winner back in 21, is Leo. Does a lot outside the borders of poker and within them.
Or just keep it and I'll get one from
Does Margets podcast work, Winamax ambassador, poker coach as well, showing that those that can do also
a lot
teach.
of chips in the middle right now,
Yeah,
Ali.
certainly there's a bit of violence. Ace-king and ace-king. Pocket eights melting.
First one needs to be an ace to look the other
So a little free roll for Was, as he's got spade coverage.
Same hand. Ace, king,
Same hands.
Let's just chop it up, gentlemen. Nobody wants to see anything crazy here.
This is an action deal. Ace king every hand.
You know, I know you didn't see Top Gun, which you revealed much to my dismay yesterday. Adam's nickname Iceman in honor of Val Kilmer. As the free roll could come in here on the 2-spade flop. I would love if he took a pot down just once to give us that bite that the Iceman delivered in the locker room scene, which was really not since then. We've seen it hang on. We do see a third spade. The king of spades turning into a blocker, but the board turning into a real threat. Hendrix does cover. But you know what he doesn't want to see here? 30.7 in the middle.
Chop it up.
아, 내가 5-3으로 5-3 불고기 넣고 싶다 이런 거.
Think Adam felt that a little bit on the turn, Ollie? Think that got him going just a bit?
You know,
3 of spades.
I think it might have gotten
my word.
Was going a little bit more. But yeah, that'll make you feel alive.
It wasn't. Not for him. It was not for him. It was not interesting for him at all, right?
Re-racket.
And this table really doesn't have a runaway chip leader like the feature, so everybody is sort of not playing small ball per se, but there isn't a runaway train here.
No, the mallet hasn't been handed to anyone in particular. Hard 8 here for Was. In the big, flick $1 million in there and go set mining. Seems like an easy proposition, but with 13 million back, these investments aren't.
I would think perhaps just all in on.
Oh, wow.
And he does do it.
Pardon me.
And for Correa, this is an unenviable spot. It's very borderline. Against some players, lean call. Against others, perhaps lean fold. 16 of 90, 735. So we could imagine being out there and generating ideas about how the big blind might be playing. But we can see 4-4 is in there. An inferior ace could be in there too. This is really close for the button. Perhaps lean call ever so slightly. Does get away.
It was close.
The rubber ducky goes on top of the salmons. That's a winner for Was.
Ruben Correa sustaining a small wound, and it was something a little bit more considerable back when he was just 19 years of age that turned him to poker. A knee injury while playing soccer, or football as it's known in his corner of the globe, Portugal. And I feel like this has been sort of a theme. Alex Foxen, one of the greats, could have been playing professional American football, injured, found poker. You know, a lot of people get the competitive energy redirected.
Yeah, you do see a lot of former athletes, games players migrate to poker, unsurprisingly. 7-7 for Ozimok against the under the gun 1 open of Guerra. This is close. Could just pitch this. Kind of like it.
He is the shortest stack by a hair.
And we can see it was a very good choice indeed as Bojovic wakes up with King-King.
Luka on the puck, surveying here as he tries to chart the most profitable course against Guerra. The aces often have the liberty of the slow play. Do we remove kings from these sorts of decisions?
You know, I wouldn't slow play either in this particular situation.
32.
I think Guerra's just a little bit too deep.
Bojovic, the 37-year-old Serbian, as mentioned, lives in Vienna, flatmate Schulze here rooting him on. Been playing poker since '03, but Nick, this man is a doctor. As he doctors up $5.5 million.
He's a doctor?
Yeah.
Strong.
First discovered poker as a teenager with friends in high school, as so many did, and they used cartoon cutouts as makeshift chips. Earned his master's in epidemiology and biostatistics. Describes this run as an amazing experience, trying to stay grounded and take things one day at a time. Not lost on him is the magnitude of the moment, he says. He's saying that a plane full of Balkan rail could be headed here if he gets down to this FT.
You know, Guerra's gotten 3-bet a few times. Once, if I can recall, with this exact hand. Let it go. Sometimes when you keep getting 3-bet when you have good hands, you just don't want to go quietly at a certain point. He's really surveying his stack. Oh, he might. Oh boy.
Has he stepped in it?
He has stepped in it. It's an understandable choice. A suited ace is a very coveted 4-bet hand. But for Guerra, the timing is very poor, as we would imagine the 5-bet rip is coming.
Like an inattentive summer pedestrian on the Champs-Élysées, he has stepped in it. Got him. Brings me so much joy, you have no idea. Joyless, though, is this. The all-in from Bojovic. And Guerra will wipe his shoes. 22 million. All that's left now.
Whoa. Whoa, you can just feel, oh man, 67 million out there. The classic.
In prayer is Veloso with ace-king here. Margets with the hooks. 67.4 million chip pot.
And I assume this was just open from Margets. Was it 3-bet or was it a rip from Veloso? Whatever the case may be, we're here now.
It was 2 million from Margets. Veloso ripped. Margets called it off.
Yeah.
And she's in front. Not by the widest margin, but 14% is where you want to be.
This is a long pause for the flop.
Warranted.
I want to cry.
Ace. Veloso nodding his head in affirmation.
10 o'clock.
Margets.
Oh, it is
Finds
the
back.
third club. Fourth for Margets. Just a 3-to-1 dog.
Can she return the favor?
This is wild, Ali. Oh my goodness, she does find it. Oh dear, Veloso, that's a brutal run out for Leo Margets, Ali.
Not
67 million, 71 rather.
Not since people were encased in ash in Pompeii have we seen an eruption of that sort. Margets rail elated, and on the flip side, Veloso vanquished.
Great run for Veloso, by the way. Played fantastic poker for days. Bravo, sir. I believe 450 is waiting for him. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to make any presumptions, Nick, but if one wanted, it does seem like they could do a bit of coasting into the FT with a stack that deep.
You know, there's no coasting just yet, Ali. Still 15 remain, but I hear you. A lot of poker left between now and the FT, but this is remarkable. And Leo Margets is trying to make history.
TV run out for sure.
Crazy game.
Holy shit.
Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for the main.
You can go and break if you want.
Those runner flushes.
You can just.
I'm there and with the
GG's, by the way, to Sergio Veloso, of course, not to be overshadowed. This tremendous result for him.
Jack. Jack. Jota. Jack. Floor. Flush.
What?
Floor.
Floor?
Like F-L-O-R?
Yeah.
Flush. Every time we running flush. Me too.
Color is like color.
Color.
Yeah.
what's the action?
Action is there. It's not on you.
A lot of backs are broken.
We got a 75-minute break.
By ace kings. For that matter, by jacks.
Yeah, you know, we say it all the time, but it's just tournaments are really so sick. Those sorts of setups just are what they are.
That's so sick. To win like that is so sick. How much you playing? How many 4 flushes have we seen? Seriously, like 4?
Let's send it down to Jeff Platt, who's wrangled
Seriously.
our most recent eliminee.
Well, Sergio, what a run out there. You've always struck us as so calm and so relaxed. Was it hard to stay calm late in the day, especially when you're all in and at risk?
In fact, I still calm. I do my best all the tournament. I feel so happy with this result. It's my first main event. It's unbelievable. I'm a little bit emotional right now because it's a brutal flip that probably get me on the final table, but it's poker. I'm just so grateful for this result, and I just want to thank all my supporters, my family, Team Exploit, everyone that supports me.
I think you have a Kobe tattoo. You feel like that Mamba mentality helped you go deep in this main?
Of course. When you go to the big moment, you have to be prepared, and I'm just so prepared. And hope you guys gonna listen more things of me in the future.
I think we'll be seeing you plenty more. I appreciate the time. Great run in the main. Plenty more of Sergio Veloso to come here, guys.
Obrigado, Sergio and Jeff, as we resume with one in progress here. This was middle pair on the flop for Mizrachi, blind versus blind. Tony Gregg had top pair.
It looks like the grinder going for very thin value. Won't be working, Ali.
No. Limped check back pre. 1 million on the flop, 1.6 on the turn, and now 1.1 on the river. And Gregg quite comfortably makes the call and takes it. Grinder flashing the palms up to the sky, a little bit of frustration.
A little bit. I saw that.
I don't think he can be all that surprised that at Showdown the Queen 4 wasn't a winner.
You know, it's we're real deep here, Ali. This is real life.
Top pair. Huh? Good. On break. Huh?
Do we have a little break, Ali?
Seems that way.
Okay.
Rail's starting to clear its way out. See Iachan there with Greg Merson. Grinder coming over to the family and friends as we come over to the chip counts. On our way to this break, brought to you by PokerStars. Be done. Still up top, not to be outdone. Margets, 71 million. Bojovic up there as well. That's the top 3. As we give you a look at the entirety of our remaining 15 and step aside for about 20 minutes. More night shifts still to come. Stay close.
here. Joe Ozimok, our youngest player left, 22 years old. Ripped it in with the ace-4 suited, big blind versus button. Nemec makes the call with the ace-10 suited, and here we go. Jack 5-4.
Oh.
Pennsylvania flips the script. The turn is an 8. Can he dodge the 10 to stay alive and to move up to more than 22 million? He can.
Wow. Kind of feel for Nemec there. He just min-raised button.
Start with Joey Padron versus Richard Freitas. 9 deuce deuce. Padron with ace-9, Freitas with king-9. 31.5 million in the middle. And it's the Brazilian who's on the ropes. In need of a king, perhaps a 9 or deuce. The turn, though, is an ace. And we say good game to Richard Freitas. Quite a run in the World Series of Poker main event. He was in this one for $135, and he finishes in 24th for $360K.
Outstanding. Like this kid. Correct me if I'm wrong. From Brazil to Kansas.
That's right.
Where he lives. Yeah. I heard that last night.
A lot of people make that move.
Brazil to Kansas. Did you?
Yeah. Got a revamp here.
Me and my new friend.
Dunaway versus Lee, blind versus blind.
Yeah, I mean, if Lee was serious about the deuce 3 suited, then he may somehow get 40 million in the middle with ace-9.
Especially with top pair.
Yeah, and Dunaway with top 2. He won't though, right? Yeah, I mean, we're not trying to play a huge pot. No, does just call.
Turn 8. Now 3.7.
Lee just stone dead.
River 3, this is going to be tough to get away from. Let's see what sizing looks like.
Yeah, and we know Dunaway, very active, aggressive player. 2 flush draws have missed, the hearts, the backdoor spades, all those straights. And Lee just has top pair, blind versus blind. How much, Dunaway?
With his eyes on Lee as he reaches for chips. Well, sizable here.
Limped pre.
About 9 million.
How much?
8.9 million.
Can Lee somehow get away?
It's an agonizing spot.
Very tough, I mean. All the draws miss.
Everything misses. I think Dunaway would do this empty too. I really do.
It's ace-9, just too good. It is, and Dunaway gets paid off.
It's a huge pot.
And it makes Braxton Dunaway the chip leader on day 8 of the World Series of Poker main event.
He did get it back. No, he didn't get his 100 back. No, that's right. Thank you.
It's incredible.
It's a lot of banging in.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It's been better than it was yesterday, though. I'm trying to, like, hold it to, like, 1 every 5.
Got contagious.
Guerra opens here with 8s. Hallaert. Ace-queen suited. Guerra starting the hand with about 20 bigs.
I think you got me sick, Panda. Huh? You got me sick. I'm kidding. I'm just serious.
No, 3 bets to 3.1.
It's like going around. You'll be fine in 2 days. Keep your head up.
Dunaway.
Holy cow.
Squeezing ace-king.
In the midst of this light-hearted gesture back and forth with Tony Gregg, he looks down at ace-king with a raise and a 3-bet. 1 and 2 in chips. Dunaway and Hallaert.
$7.8.
The cold 4-bet to 7.8 million. That'll clear Guerra from the proceedings.
He very well, by the way, may have put it in over the top of Kenny Hallert's 3-bet. And now Kenny what is happening? Ace-queen suited, beautiful, premium holding. But up against the chip leader in Dunaway. Puts in the cold 4. Does Kenny think that Dunaway would do this with, you know, ace-deuce, ace-5 suited, all the ace wheel? I don't know. Already, this stack of more than 50 million is worth a great deal of money. Kenny's saying, I've got position, ace, queen of diamonds. My hand is simply too good to fold. I need to take a flop.
2 of the biggest stacks in the room collide here. 18 million in the middle. 10, 9, 7 with 2 spades. Nobody's dream flop.
Immediate concern from Dunaway. The fact that Kenny came along for the ride, facing a 4-bet, you start to assign a lot of hand. Meanwhile, as we can see, Kenny Hallaert has, I would say, the stone bottom of his range that he's electing to call a 4-bet with, being ace-queen suited.
Check, check.
Neither player too comfortable. And it's hard to sort of get inside what both these guys are thinking. If Dunaway had, let's give him aces in the small blind, I think he would also be checking.
Maybe, yeah.
Out of position, thinking, all right, this pot is already massive. Kenny can have all the 10s, the 9s, the pot, well, probably not 7s, but can have pocket 9s, pocket 10s. Just demonstrating pot control. Both players spadeless.
And check, check once more. River 6.
It's a world in which the proceedings just, we check it all the way down. Kenny might feel that it has enough showdown value. Maybe some of the time we chop. If he does bet, he's targeting exactly this, right? It's ace king and it's the other chops. The other holdings of ace queen.
Does check back.
Yeah.
Dunaway will be thrilled to pick this one up. And to extend his chip lead, he's up to more than 76 million.
This can do no wrong. And you saw Guerra, he was thinking, oh, man.
Swing it over to our secondary feature. All in and a call. Tomas got just about all of it in pre-flop with the ace-8 against Hendrix's ace-queen. Tomas gonna need some form of runner-runner. Well, that's one form in line to a chop. The deuce chops it up. Everything else, Hendrix scores the KO. And that will do it for Tomas Schwartzberg. I mean, to go 30th or better, to go 30th and 21st 2 years in a row, that's outstanding.
Yeah, this kid's filthy. He's been really, really fun to watch throughout the duration of our coverage.
Bravo.
Tremendous player.
Of course, it's perhaps unfair to place so much pressure on the last woman standing, but we all know what kind of significance it would have if she was able to make it to the final table.
I mean, we had a very similar sensation a year ago.
We did.
With Chrissy.
Her run just oh so short of that final table, eliminated in 13th. Guerra, king 8, blind versus blind. It's a little trickier when you consider that we are 2 away from a $90,000 pay jump. Guerra may not be super familiar with the No Limit Texas Hold'em scene, but he's very familiar with the poker tournament scene.
Raise.
Goes with it with the king 8.
7 million. The raise is 8.5. It's not at all.
Hallaert with the ace 5.
And we have a call.
And here we go. Hallaert about a 60-40 favorite to bring us down to our final 2 tables.
Ace-5. Ace-5. All in for king 8.
Understandable collision, of course.
Yeah. Can I see that in here?
Was it 9.9? Is that what I was saying?
8.6. Hold on. Wait,
We're going to do a
5.
King in the window as it comes king, queen, jack.
Huge flop for Guerra.
Hallaert looks for an ace or a 10. The turn is another jack. Guerra, stay alive, he can.
I think it's 6.6.
18 million for Guerra, and we're not done. We're flipping it over now to table C.
Call here. Danny Iachan all in and at risk with kings against queens. Bojovic with the queens.
Oh, no.
My,
no
7-4, deuce all hearts. And after the kings versus aces, oh, could we be seeing another wild one for Danny Iachan? Turn is safe. Has to dodge a queen or a heart. And does do just that. Iachan back up to more than 20 million.
Monumental comeback.
Too expensive.
You just got too excited, huh?
Nah, just it was glued, the chip.
Over to our secondary feature when the Mexican flags fly.
Not really.
For their guy, Diego Ponce de Leon.
I don't get excited anymore playing poker. That is best.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You're dead inside.
I am. My girlfriend does the same.
Another one falls here in the 2025 World Series of Poker main event. Ace-King versus 2 Jacks. Veloso out. And on the other end of it, Margets very much in. Spanish Rail loving it as they embrace their gal, and we continue to embrace all of you who stick it out on the night shift. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman in the booth. Jeff Platt and Natalie Bodie working the sidelines. There are the other recent eliminations prior to Sergio Veloso, Iachan Parati, and Diego Ponce. 15 remaining. We will play down to 9. That's the official final table, level 38, where we're at, 601.2 million. With that big blind ante, 3 million in orbit, shaved right off your stack. As we kick it right back off here at the feature. King 8 for Jarod Minghini. Out of there. Margets with the 71 million takes this hand off. There is your overall chip leader, Braxton Dunaway. Suited one gapper, and he hasn't been reckless with it either, Nick.
I agree he's shown some restraint, but he's still getting after it. Ace-9 off for Hallaert.
He will get after it. Was the chip leader for a good bit of yesterday's play. 2.7 Mizrachi with the puck and Ace-7 suited. I don't think you're surprised to see this.
No, I don't think any of us are surprised. 6.2 from the grinder.
Inflation. Let's see how strongly Hallaert feels about taking one out of position.
Probably Hallaert just gone. But if there's anybody, he's gone.
Yeah, the grinder does certainly surround himself with some strange decisions at times from his opponents, just based on the reputation, and benefits from them for the most part, as evidenced by his presence here in the final 15, already having won the PPC. Throughout the Twitter sphere, as we look at the chip denominations brought to you by True Classic, hundreds, chocolates, salmons, the millies, there was a lot of discussion about if Grinder were to follow up on a 4th PPC this year with a win in the main and somehow fall shy technically of POI points behind current leader Sean Deeb, we need to create a new award. Because it would be absurd for him not to win a Player of the Year honor with those two accomplishments alone.
Yeah, well, he could take the 11.8 mil or whatever it is if you add those two up, and I'm sure he'll be fine, but I hear you.
Margets will be heard here. Min raising. Minghini's king-9 offsuit is where we are stalled.
Well,
I have like 17 back. Maybe 17.5.
Defense brings us to 10-7-4. Third pair effective, still in front. Jarod checks it over.
$2.7.
2-7 declared from Leo here. You like the follow through on this texture?
Yeah, I like it. I think you could go either way. Given that she's just under the gun, it complicates things for Minghini as far as turning this one into a bluff. The King of Hearts, very key. Even the 9 of Diamonds does some things, but he is just gone, and the rich get richer.
Oh, and they might be getting drunker. If that, shouldn't there be some sangria? Although I don't know whether or not that's an option.
I don't think the Horseshoe is known for their sangria. I would stick with a cerveza.
I'm sure that there is some fermented fruit about. And for that matter, cheap wine.
Out to table B.
That's all it takes, right? Meanwhile, we do take ourselves up and over the rig.
Ozimok is all in. Perhaps over the open of Hendrix. And this is very close for Adam. Probably we just wind up calling. Feels that there's just too many pairs below the queen. The one we're looking at. Even occasionally a hand that we're dominating.
Do you mean to tell me that if Ozimok rolled over 9-9, that Hendrix would be calling?
Yes.
Ace-9, how about? Obviously by extension, I assume, if we're willing to call versus 9-9, or?
What's your point, though?
Just in terms of how durable this king-queen is in the face of this much more on ask. You know,
the blind is 1.2.
So the urgency for a stack depth of Ozimok's opens him up?
I feel perhaps you're looking at the 16 million as 16 million, but it's only 13 some odd big blinds. Don't get me wrong, this is extremely close. But I just think with the presence of a variety of pairs, the prospects of maybe a king-jack suited type existing, a chop being possible, and this one where we have 42% against, it gets to the point where he is gone. He was beat. Not really sure. Was very close.
I think Joe's going to be quite all right with it. Incredible, just 22 years of age. Avid golfer, Duquesne University, finance guy, but most of interest to me, just given the fact that we are
Go ahead, Ollie.
in the planning phases of Night Shift Coin. He's a cryptocurrency investor.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe we'll talk to him about which blockchain or whatever it is we can get Night Shift Coin going on.
Yeah. And how best to rug the coin without actually facing any legal ramifications.
Oh, I got a couple guys for that. Don't worry. $4-4 for Guerra. 16 bigs in the cutoff. Could see just folding these fours. Don't really feel like going all in, and the blockers aren't terrific for min, although I think it's fine. Looks like he might be gearing up for an all-in.
Yep.
Pseudo all-in. I think this is very close.
Good.
Does promptly take it down.
Oh, I believe he was the button. No, he was the cutoff. Onward.
You know, we've talked about Guerra being more a PLO guy than a no-limit guy these days. Said he hadn't looked back.
Maybe all-in is kind of nice there. It's all so hard this deep.
I suspect we're going to see a little bit more of this sort of stuff out of the shorter stacks that recognize
the average is simply getting shorter as well, so we're going to see a little bit more of the kind of shoving and so on, but
this guy
15 left. Forgive me, Ali. They're guaranteed 450. At 13, it jumps up to 560.
Yeah, six-figure ladder.
The buck 10 is on their minds.
On Lautaro, by the way, as we see Ozimok, King Jack on the button, he picked up 3 major W's between March 15th and 18th of 2023. That's a pretty astounding body of work there. Among them was a 25K PLO championship right here in Vegas, part of the PGT, PokerGO Tour. 2.4, the min raise from Joe's button.
This Bojovic just surging, kind of quietly chipping up.
Yeah, I don't recall, like Margets, who found herself on 71, there being some huge collision, just being on the right end of a lot. I believe he did claim a pelt.
I recall a pelt, but
he does dig in with King 7, dominated and not finding problems on an Ace-Jack 5 board where Ozimok has found second pair and a King of Clubs that's working. Onwards.
Take it, sir.
There's the Viking Social Club hoodie. $450K as you touched on with the ladders. You look officially at the GTO Wizard remaining payouts, and we flip back over to the feature. Minghini, pocket 3s. We saw how 4s behaved a moment ago. A little bit different circumstance here. Queen Jack for Hallaert.
And you know, we saw Dunaway fold 10-8 off. I think part of that is just the gorilla that looms in the big blind Not to say that he won't play pots with him, but sometimes when you have a chip lead like this, you really go after the blinds. But the blinds come in all different shapes and sizes, and we can see this man. 4 PPCs that you alluded to, the 4th this year. All sorts of big wins and no limit over the years. And Fearless is accurate, checks it back.
Not unlike a chimpanzee in captivity that's reached its breaking point, the grinder can snatch your face right off.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Ali.
2 overs and the gutter for Hallaert here on this 10-8-5 board.
Note the hand draped on the rail. I believe that's a hand tattoo. Rings adorned on multiple fingers.
Are all fingers present and accounted for, by the way, or is that a...
I'm not sure if the fingers are folded or what the situation is there, but, you know, feels a bit... This is Vegas, late night action.
You know, but
Grinder,
if that's...
I believe Grinder's rail is growing. 1.5 from Kenny with the draw of the nuts. Top pair for the Grinder. Put a pin in that for a moment, Ali.
Mid-pot, he's got him lathered up here. Top pair, and now 10s and 8s. As Hallert's efforts were never going to work on that street. 6.6. Is there some sort of disciplinary exchange happening with Grinder's rail?
You know, I don't know that that's Grinder's rail or what's happening over there, but, you know, multiple characters you wouldn't want to mess around with.
Yeah, the suit probably shouldn't be directing whatever the instructions are towards the gentleman you were referring to with the hand tat. I don't think authority is something he really deals well with outside of a courtroom.
Couple of checks.
You know, even within one. Now the ace on the end. The check back from the Grinder on the turn could put him in a weird spot should Hallaert...
You know, I suspect Hallaert will just check. His cards at a glance strike me as quite poor to bluff with, and there is even just a little bit of showdown. I could be mistaken, but he does check, and for the Grinder, likely content to do the same, although we've seen him go thin before. And he is going thin correctly, and to the tune of a very small bet in position. This is a strategy that a lot of players don't embrace, but I think it's viable if you're willing to just enter these murky waters where you're pretty capped, but yet still here you are going 20% of the pot in position and putting a hand like we're looking at in a very bad spot. There's a variety of 4-7, 4-6, so on and so forth that Kenny just beats, and he's getting a great price.
I'm happy to report, by the way, on the subject of hands, that both appear to have all originally equipped digits attached for the aforementioned gentleman on the rail. There he is.
Take it, sir.
Is that a roulette wheel shirt that he was wearing?
You know, we can move forward, but it's a lot, that situation.
36.4. Still a lot, though. Not as much as it was before the break. As we look at our headlines on the day, 17% of the tokens parked in front of Braxton Dunaway. I like this. What Leo wants, Leo Margets.
Not bad.
Good effort there. 60 bigs for her. 30 for Mizrachi, which made all the more impressive considering he was down to 3 at one point today.
Who'd they kick out? Why?
Well, we can see a member of the Grinder's entourage has been kasoofed.
What?
I'm not certain, Nick, but I believe I heard the distinct voice of Munir Tayo out of that rail when Grinder inquired as to who had been removed.
Okay, well.
And I did spy him on the break lurking, so maybe this is the camp for him. Okay, this is analog cooling. Either that or a really sort of surprising kabuki theater out of nowhere. I think it's probably just the cooling.
Kabuki theater?
Yeah, I think they use fans, and this is Japanese cultural sort of performance art that I believe has a fan thing going on. Or maybe I'm thinking geisha performance, but anyway.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, looks like Guerra with ace-10. Open to 2.4. Didn't stay that price for long, courtesy of Daehyung Lee's ace-king. 7-2.
This should do it.
Are you bluffing? No.
You touched on this earlier, Nick, but Lautaro has been on the receiving end of a number of 3-bets when he has opened. And, you know, at a certain point, you do get this sense that one grows tired of this.
He's a great player. Sometimes it happens, but yeah, you know, it's frustrating when you have really good hands and keep running into it. Having said that, I think his 4-bet with ace-8 suited was very reasonable, but, you know, we'll keep an eye on that.
Must have put a read on you.
Yeah, here. They're just protecting you.
Daehyung Lee, by the way, software engineer by trade, taking that one away. 5 career 5-figure cashes. Taking the game seriously, even if it isn't the primary revenue source. Maybe we can get him in on night shift. I mean, software engineering, I suspect, you know, he could be of some utility. Although if he wins this thing, I think I just want him to buy the coin.
Okay, enough with the night shift coin, okay?
You know, when I invite you over to my villa, right, and you drive up.
They won't even give us merch in the store, and you think night shift coin is just gonna sweep the crypto streets?
First off, that's PokerGo not giving us the merch. Night shift coin is the sort of rebellion that we need. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but there's always a little truth to the joke. Ali, once again, really does believe the entire world is watching with bated breath. The night shift just is sweeping the world. This is what he believes.
Yep, there you are. Once again, reaffirming your position as the needle to my happy balloon.
But I am actually very excited for us to commentate tonight with a third guest, which is very rare. But tonight, actually, Ali and I are being joined by by Ali's ego. No, I booked a reservation for us the other night for dinner, and of course I made it for 3. The 3 of us had just a lovely meal. What a great non-defense from Guerra there. Beautiful. Cut off big blind to slide the ace-6 off. And as we see up against the ace-queen, that was really great.
Not getting at least a defense is likely, in the words of Anthony Alberto once upon a time, to leave Waz feeling cheated on the square.
Cheated on the square. You know, those are actually ideas, too, not to defend those sometimes, given certain climates. Gregg is on his feet, but it's Mizrachi and Dunaway entangled. That's a winner for the grinder.
Two kings.
Braxton not fighting there. And again, perhaps the sort of Australopithecus africanus, Homo sapiens type poker DNA
Ace and a heart.
that encases Grinder
Age, I'm getting nittier.
is in part what motivates. Should you see this HBO? I don't know if you have HBO.
Yeah, I have HBO.
Okay. It wasn't an elitist
No, I
sort
didn't
of.
take it in a bad way, but yes, go on.
Did you see Chimp Crazy?
I didn't. Is that a documentary or
About a woman who kind of went to war with the state to be able to keep chimps, but truly an obsessive, compulsive, fascination with the chimps.
Okay.
And I don't want to spoil it, but
Did one of the chimps wake up on the wrong side of the bed?
It didn't wake up on the right one, I'll tell you that.
Just do this number.
I think the ace is coming, man.
2.4,
Jack, Queen, King.
maybe 5. It is 4.
Rabbit.
Pisarenko needs to hit some hands. Looks like he's been a little bit card dead for quite a while. The 3 bets haven't worked out. And for Minghini with ducks.
I mean, talking 15 years ago.
1,000% I would have flopped an ace, but 1,000% you would have 4-flushed me.
He's gone.
Well, it can't be the heart.
Ace Queen for Margets, Nick.
Man, ain't he smart?
And one does feel she'll be shoving over the top of this.
What if that happened? What would happen?
22 million to start the hand.
You can't do it for every hand. I mean, like if you have to do it for every.
Oh, not every.
But like, it's more like once. I think maybe for a turn and red, like the flop has to be played. So it would be
21-4.
What would
All in.
Yeah.
Well, count delivered and then promptly all in declared here from Leo. That ends things promptly. She snacks on Tony Gregg's tokens. Small helping of Vamos.
All right.
You're probably right, though. If Sangria was available here, I don't think it would meet with the approval of the Spanish rail.
Fold.
You a fan of Sangria? Are you even a wine guy, Nick? Do you like wine?
Yeah, I'm sure. I like wine. Sangria, not so much. A little bit sweet for me.
Yeah. At any point during your 7 bracelets, did you enjoy some champagne? Often, celebratory beverage?
No, not really. Champagne I don't like.
Do you like it more or less than this line of questioning? Probably more, is my guess. I'll abandon ship, Captain. I'm sorry.
If I could have a glass of champagne right now and make it stop, I certainly would. If that answers the question.
3-4 offsuit as Dunaway.
And no Dunaway shows to kind of let Margets know I'm not taking this with impunity.
As a chip leader, that is an idea. Let alone, any stack depth. Just preserving credibility.
They're in a little bit of a reverse collision node, where even though Dunaway covers her, it isn't as if he's dying to play a $160 million Pavamo. And then that gentleman in the red shirt not kind of completing the wave, but that's okay, sir.
He is parked in a manner that suggests he's affiliated with the rail to his left, but then wholly detached from them at the same time as well.
Yeah, not clear. Gregg back at it.
Well, this time Gregg's raise getting through Margets. TBD whether or not he takes it down pre, as we do flip it back over here with urgency due to Lautaro Guerra taking a stand. King-Jack against Ace-King for Hendrix, and it ain't great with 36 million in the middle. A 3-to-1 dog roughly.
So many ace-kings.
You deserve to win this one.
Nothing deserved in poker, unfortunately.
There's a lot of things deserved in poker and life, and sometimes
2.4 from Hendrix. Guerra jammed. Hendrix made the call. 10-6-5. And it's looking pretty for Adam with 2 to come. Doth the bell toll for Guerra? Well, the ace does remove a jack as an option, but a non-diamond queen, now the alternative.
Same amount of outs.
Hendrix winds up with the nuts, and we wind down to 14 remaining in the main.
Legendary run from Guerra, truly unbelievable. 15th in the 2025 main. What a stone beast this guy is, but just like that, Ali, down to 14.
That would have been a sick
Well, driven by a desire to support his family, and that family was here to support him on this run.
Huh? You had ace 10? Yes.
12, right?
It would have been a sick run out for me.
Tough guy, Guerra.
Yeah.
Actually, on his bio as a footnote, he says that he likes taking on new challenges, such as competing in the Spartan race in Andorra, where he finished 55th out of 900 participants, finishing 15th here out of 9,700, an even more impressive feat. You ever do any of these endurance sorts of things or have any interest in it? Tough Mudder, Spartan race, you know about this stuff, right? People kind of torture themselves for a day.
Yeah, no, you know, I do like to, but I'm okay on those.
Yeah. I'm with you. I never really understood that sort of masochism.
Maybe you could have enter one of those sort of Iron Man events for snacking. You know, first we have the cup of noodles, then the Harvest Cheddar Sun Chips, then the little pack of gummy bears, the Oreo. You know, you can, I'm not saying you're Joey Chestnut, but you might have a future. So we see the defense from Correa.
I'm not Coney Island bound next 4th of July or going to Kobayashi my way through, you know, the craft services tent, but I appreciate your belief in me. Top pair and the gutter on the 8-6-4 board.
And now things are getting interesting as Correa's range largely lacks an ace. Lee content to check it back.
Still just the King-Jack high he started with as the pre-flop aggressor.
8-7.
And it gets knuckled all the way down. Things staying tidy for both parties.
Vamos, caralho. Pós-flop, vamos.
You know, under hobbies for Ruben Correa?
Go ahead.
There's just one, Nick.
All right.
Winning money.
Well, that is...
It's a good one to have.
You know.
Still 450 ahead for the time being. Once you crack 13, though, that extra $110. Immediate pay ladder upon us here, and pocket tens upon this ace-6 open for the chip leader. 2.5 being taken to 6.1.
Oh, is that a 4-bet? It's a call. So note earlier, Dunaway did not defend the grinder 3-bet with ace-10 of hearts, but here he's singing a different tune. A little bit surprised to see that, and he does slide right into the ace.
Outflopped is the grinder. I don't think he's out of ideas, though. Here comes the C-bet. 3.6, though. Just sort of a perfunctory amount.
What's up, brother? What's up? You got any of that?
Believe that the exchange there, Dunaway.
Grinder started it with a "What's up, brother?" Dunaway replied, "What's up? Do you have any of that?" Not a particularly good turn for the grinder. He is reaching, but it's not clear if he'll be depositing.
Useful one for Dunaway, conversely, though, as he does have the gut shot with the dangler.
Grinder still just sort of poking and prodding. A little bit surprised to see him fire this turn. I don't fully get it.
Backdoor clubs. 4-door wheel on board. Trays aren't supposed to be associated.
You know that 10 of clubs is a very important card in this line. If you've arrived here at this point, is turning these 10s into a bluff a consideration?
It's a deuce of clubs.
I think he's thinking about it, Ali. But in all likelihood, we'll check.
I mean, it would take a lot of this 24 million to make the statement.
If he drops bombs, ace-jack is in a really bad spot. There isn't too much else. Ace-queen plus just jams pre.
No bombs dropped. So Mizrachi checks, and Dunaway says this is big enough. And for the grinder, that is a down tick. Make sure Israel sees it. Oh, look at Dunaway really rigorously wringing his hands there. 123 million now in front of Braxton.
Crazy. Unthinkable how good that must feel.
When asked about it, Braxton says his run in the main has been amazing and a lot of fun, literally a dream. His advice to anybody else playing the main is to take it one day at a time and to have fun.
I'm not even kidding. That's like the sixth time that's happened to me. In this specific
When asked what
tournament,
his
like they try to give me a third
biggest
card in
strength
small
was, he
blind.
says his
It's like the
live
fifth or sixth time
reads.
that's happened. It happened earlier today.
And as a guy who
it happened, it was both
plays
with you.
regularly and
Yeah,
has 1.5 million plus in career tournament earnings, clearly he has picked up ideas along the way. Eight deuce not enough. Grinder with the 9 deuce off on the button.
We'll see what happens.
How much do you have?
1.2 and here is 7.8, so 9 million total.
Okay, thank you.
So he's gonna come at 7 big ones.
Pocket fives now.
All in.
Gregg just announces all in, putting maximum pressure, keeping things fairly straightforward, and showing another one of these ideas. Pisarenko had dust.
Good fold to you guys.
70 should shoot. But if I go, someone coming. Maybe not. I want to raise 3 bet and I'm out in. Right. Action. Dead money.
Ace 10 suited here for Dunaway. Used to be a scratch golfer, Nick. Mom would drop him off at the public course over the summer. And golf course was his babysitter. And like yourself with the pool halls, he learned a lot of stuff with respect to how to bet and gamble.
Okay.
And he's sort of leveraging that out here now.
Sure.
All in.
Well,
nice timing for Gregg.
Yeah, leveraging the better of the ace X's from the button and a full 22 million. Is this just the way we proceed with 22 in front of us versus 2.5 open?
Yes. I think it's quite clear.
And in turn, Minghini with ace jack. Clarity, 15 million back, or no?
Yes, I think this one must fold.
Yeah, begrudgingly, but appropriately.
22. 22 flat, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Can you confirm that, please?
Yep.
Would this be a misstep for Dunaway?
You know, it's a little bit close. Hijack button, but I do think ace 10 suited just isn't quite enough for 18 and a half. At this juncture of this tournament, of course. And mind you, they are on that 110K pay jump with Pisarenko so short. Good fold. Great pickup for Tony. His rail's letting him hear it a little bit.
Tony.
Reminding him they're out there.
I think this is the most chips I've had the whole tournament.
That was a reluctant laydown.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself.
From Dunaway. Believe Tony advises is the most chips I've had either in a long time or period. I didn't kind of clock the modifier.
18 bigs?
I believe he said of the tournament.
Okay.
Yeah, 18 and a half, I guess.
Yes, yeah.
Could I have
I would have jammed if it got
hot
to
water
me.
with honey and lemon, please?
It might have been really close, but.
Huh?
Might have been sharing some cards. I would have jammed if it got to me. I told him. I had a good hand. I believe, yeah. I had a good hand too.
Me too.
Suited connector now.
I had the best hand.
Or Hallaert?
I'm pretty sure I had the best hand.
Yeah.
Folded.
Probably.
No interest?
Probably so. I'm sure they'll cut it out of the coverage. Like they did the hand that I...
Offsuit king in the small for Minghini.
I got aces that hand.
You looked up quick.
How these fucking soul read.
I did flop top
It
pair.
does appear that someone with a headset has entered the belly of the beast on the rail.
Interesting from Minghini there with the king and the small blind just gone.
Let's send it down to Natalie, who's on Margets' rail.
Here with Manuel, who was on Leo's rail back in 2009. She was the last woman standing then, the last woman standing now, but making an even deeper run this time. How cool is it to see it once again?
Oh, it's super cool. I remember watching her in 2009. She was kind of new at poker back then, but just watching all the things she's done, you know, she's won a bracelet, and now this year, I'm just hoping she makes the final table and she wins. It's very exciting.
Would be an incredible story. It's been 16 years. You said back then she was just getting into poker. How's she changed as a player and a person since then?
How has she changed? Well, she's done really well for herself. That was just the start of her career, and she's just gotten better and better.
Specifically with her growth in poker and beyond, do you think that run lit a fire in her that she really wanted to take it even more seriously and keep going?
I think so, probably. Yeah, she did so well. I think it really propelled her. She really took good advantage of what she did, and she's done even better since then.
Certainly has improved on that finish and still going. Thank you for the time.
Obviously, they probably have a casino too, huh?
Yeah.
Thanks, Natalie. And thanks, Manuel.
Nice.
It's really nice. It's basically like a replica.
Grinder.
It's a replica of the win, basically.
Red Jacks.
All in.
Just rips it. Suited Connector might have had some interest at a different price point. Not this one, of course. Pisarenko peering.
This is just folded to the grinder, and he's simply all in.
Yeah.
That's an odd choice with 20 bigs. Although Pisarenko and Minghini short, but Jack, such a good hand.
He'll take it, and while at worst 14th is a good finish, 27th wasn't a bad one either as we flash back to 09 when Leo made her last deep run in the main.
Folds two Margets.
I'm on in.
All in. Margets announces all in. Zaki makes the call. Margets, ace-7. She's dominated by Zaki. And here's the flop, and Zaki puts her in a deep hole by pairing his 10. A 4 on the turn, well ended. Margets drawing dead. The last woman left in the main event, knocked out by Warren Zaki.
How long ago was that?
17 years ago.
How much? 17?
2009. Crazy, eh?
You're a baby.
Yeah.
17 years ago. 2009, that was the first year that I got to play the main event.
2009?
2009.
I haven't missed a main, but very bad results, except the first.
16 years removed from that run, and here she is with another opportunity, and she has gotten further up the mountain than she did last time, and further up the chain than the ace-queen was the ace-king of Was, but the raise and then jam is all unfolding in front of the two jacks of Padron.
Boy, this is really close for Padron. But I can't say it like you, man. Say it again. Padron?
You watch Narcos,
Yes,
Padron.
I do, but I'm not. This is very, very close. Was not stepping out of line recklessly at all, and we have the low jack open from Correa again on a 110K pay jump, where they're aware of Pisarenko's situation on the other table, but perhaps this is just barely enough to go with. 10-10 is possible for Watt. This is extremely close. I know it may at a glance look absurd to fold, but again, you have to put yourself in their seats and really think of the scope of the situation. When there are 14 left of 10,000 and you're on a 100K pay jump and just your stack and tournament life, of course, so precious. You've played for 8 days. Obviously, queens are in. Feels 10s are, 9s are certainly clearly out. These 10s and jacks are just not fun. And he does slide them.
Well, TBD whether or not this was a missed opportunity, but that would require Correa to park his final 15 million in here. Is he going to be keen on that?
And you know, again, this is a spot where, of course, for chips or at a different juncture of the tournament, it's very rare that you'd consider folding this off these depths. He does call, but now it felt pretty close.
Thumbs up, side of them.
I don't know.
Get the sense you're a bit surprised by the decision.
I don't know. You know, it just felt a bit close. And for Padron, he's really rooting for a queen-king race.
To the lady. Lady to the lady. Let's go.
Was on his feet. Correa going over to his rail. He is the all-in player. And the man behind. 37 million chip pot.
Vem já a dama, caralho. Anda, que eu mereço, foda-se.
Flop brings focus. And the ace-king closer to victory. Slightly breathless is Padron. And this is not going to provide aspiration for Joey. But it is Correa who needs oxygen. And it comes in a queen canister. And that's not it.
Huge for Was. Good game, sir, to Correa. 14 remain.
We say goodbye to Ruben, and you know, you clock that facial expression on Padron.
You know, he's got to be feeling that a little bit.
Double KO was available potentially.
Probably the ace-queen does fold if Padron calls it off, but...
Good point. Well, Ruben says his plans for the money are to help his family and friends. What a dream, considering he won his seat through GG Poker's Road to Vegas. Was the last qualifier standing. And now just 13 are standing. Was climbing.
Yeah. He just shows pretty. Good hand, buddy. What are you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our 14th place finisher,
I'm gonna take one.
Onwards we march. Was 46.3 million. Pay ladder of 110,000 acquired. And kings acquired for Hendrix on the button. Raised to 2.4. Ozimok 8-7 offsuit. No thanks.
Strong non-defend from Ozimok.
Let's check in now with Jeff Platt, who's standing by with Ruben.
Well, Ruben, you have described this as an out-of-body experience. What made it that way?
Well, it's just incredible to be here. It's a pleasure. It's a dream come true, and I guess I have to fight next year again.
That's what we love to hear. That's what we would love to see. What does the money do, not only for you, but for how you would help people around you?
Yeah, it's the main thing, helping the family and friends, and it's the most important thing that money can give you, and freedom also.
Appreciate the time. Great run at it. Thank you, Ruben. We'll see Ruben again at the main, guys.
Short and sweet, which is obviously not the way to describe Ruben's 8-day run here in the main. Long and joyous, but capped off with, of course, the disappointment of not making the final table and those 7-figure payouts. Nothing to hang his head about, of course, as Padron.
Next pay jump to keep an eye on is 11. Everybody now guaranteed 560, 250. But at 11, it jumps up to 750, so that's very healthy. $190. And for Padron, he's about to hear from the Iceman.
Yeah, kings a moment ago. Now Big Slick. As the health of the open will be questioned by Adam, but it looks like we've got inquisitions elsewhere in the room. They're on their feet, they're going to the rail. What have we here? Pisarenko, ace-5, all in, 6.7. Minghini, not exactly deep stacked himself, would love to pick this up and draw a step closer. Sevens performing well here, 69% equity. Scott Stewart. Both hands on his man.
Looks like Max might have borrowed a jacket. He hit the fever. Needs another one or the ace. Minghini in the lead.
Yeah, the Mercury's going to need to rise a bit more. Aces and fives. The requirements for the Russian to hang in.
Wow. Oh, no, it's clubs. It's clubs.
Take that ace of clubs off the board. And take Pisarenko out of the main. Jarod promptly over there to show love in what appeared to be a genuinely empathetic manner.
What an unbelievable run from Maksim. 560 waiting for him.
That's going to take him up and over 2 million in career tournament earnings. Not a faint feat for the man from Ukhta, Russia. 32-year-old poker pro. Bracelet number 2 not going to happen here in the main, as number 1 came last year in a 10K horse championship.
That was a nice round of applause for him on the way out.
Strikes me as very well liked by those that he played with.
He's cool, yeah, definitely. Just 11 players remain between the potential victor.
How much was his?
By the way,
line.
you know, a sense of humor on display as a footnote to the departure for Pisarenko. Plans for the money, Nick? He says, I'm going to invest it all in OnlyFans and a couple of local strip clubs.
Well, there it is.
I'd also like to buy a mattress and a Toyota Corolla, preferably 89 through 96.
Okay. Wow.
Maybe consider a Camry, you know, just, who knows, maybe even an Avalon. Corolla strikes me as, you know.
What are you pushing nowadays?
Yaris, yeah. I think you know the answer to that question, Nick, as you try to shame me for my indulgent choices in automobile.
You got something nice, though, right?
Yeah.
What is it? You got the Lambo?
Nah, the Bentley.
The Bentley. Look at this guy.
I'm old. See, I played right into your hand here. Go on. Here we are.
The Bentley.
Tens for Margets.
You know, it's very rare for somebody to have most of their net worth tied into their car.
Is it?
I think it's somewhat rare.
Yeah. You know, Nick, I might surprise you. You know. Sevens. Not looking for any unpleasant surprises. A flat from Hallaert. Minghini. Jack 9. Just 1.2 more for a shot at 7.8.
Yes, but that multi-way situation with this particular hand, like the fold.
40.
Roughly, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh.
7 ball on
Corner
a jack
pocket.
high board. Note, by the way, Minghini avoiding trauma with the laydown. Would have had top pair and a problem.
That's very true. For Margets, of course, no going quietly just yet. We'll see how brutal this one unfolds for her.
Speaking of unfolding, it appears that our buddy out here on the rail is this a Subway sandwich?
Well, he's peeling. There's a bite.
Maybe some
it
sunflower
almost
seeds?
feels like he put a bite in his compatriot's mouth. We can't quite see, but
by the way,
on this day of my daughter's wedding,
yeah,
2.6 from Hallaert.
I don't think you turn it down, by the way, if he's offering. You know, you just, I'm full, doesn't matter. I don't like, you know, whatever that is, doesn't matter. You just, thank you. Tens, facing the 2.6 after deferring post-flop.
One thing for Leo, and we'll see what the turn brings, but Hallaert's pre-flop range already is very formidable at this juncture. And the King of Clubs is a welcome sight for her, given how poor the situation was prior. at least this card will be a deterrent to losing much more.
Sort of a really nice card for 2-10s to just get away. If Hallaert was fussing about, the king could hit the flatting range pre, a jack could be a part of things, obviously clubs, which she unblocks. All lends to her finding the muck. And the opportunity is forthcoming here. $6 million sort of designed to tempt. Adios.
Sí. Adios.
I wish I could convey the degree of pride that the Cheshire Cat-like smile Nick donned after giving us those 2 syllables of Spanish conveyed here in the booth. You really...
I prefer you don't describe my facial expressions and such.
Including the one that you're giving me right now as you ask. You know what? Okay.
You know, I actually saw this spot last night on Booth Solver.
Booth Wizard.
Yeah, Booth Wizard. Sorry, yeah. Kind of a rare spot actually, but I happen to know it, and it doesn't end well for you, my friend.
Ace-3 of hearts and open here for Hallaert, right on the heels of the set of 7s.
Who is this young gentleman on the left with the shirt? You know. And we have the bearded guy. I don't know if that's Team Grinder or perhaps they could be random.
Shockingly enough, Nick, you know, as we come up on midnight on a Sunday.
Yeah.
The Lord's Day, mind you. There's going to be some randoms.
No,
you know,
I mean, this is the main event. You do see people come down and sweat.
Yeah. You also see people go down once the beer flows thoroughly enough. And
well, the Minghini crew is...
That story checks out, by the way. I don't know how much you've been on the, you know, the mountain for snowing, you know, skiing, boarding, things like this. But the après festivities they go hard.
Is anyone still short over there?
It says the smallest stack is 17.
Well, there is Leo Margets, best finish by a female since 2012. And you might remember last year, we had a deep run from a lady. Let's flash back.
Troublesome board for Foxen against Sirac.
11,600,000.
That's pretty aggressive.
All in. All in.
She says all in.
Call.
And a call.
I need a 10.
Oh my goodness. Foxen looking for a 10 and a 10 only.
10.
And does not get it. Kristen Foxen eliminated from the main event.
I swear you could have heard the groan from the poker world right up and down the strip when Kristen got eliminated. Very beloved by the community and had an unbelievable amount of support.
Yeah, that was one of the more exciting runs I can remember collectively in a while. As Padron dodges the big-time free roll. Lord, breathe a sigh of relief there.
That was a 3-bet pot pre from Padron, by the way. Carve it up, boys. Bit exasperated was the free rolling ace-3 of hearts. Let's get it down to Natalie Bodie, who's done some wrangling of her own.
Maksim, you just told me you're so happy. How would you sum up this experience?
I feel like I don't know. I don't have like this experience before because it's my like first deep run in main event. I play like fifth time I think, and I never get money. I have a one time in the bubble, but I like I don't know. I'm feeling so happy like about main event like top 13. It's so good. Yeah.
Some people play their whole life and that never happens. Extremely impressive. This stage, what was it like to compete under these lights with these stakes?
I don't know. I was like right now, like a lot of emotion. I don't know what can I say. You know what I need to say because it's. I don't believe that I'm here. You know what I mean? I play like main event, like day 8. You know what I mean? It's like so crazy. You know? Yeah.
Well, you said it all with your play at the table. Great run. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. And thank you to Maksim. I love those kind of unvarnished, you know, now that we're no longer in the throes of competition, releases.
Definitely.
You know. Top pair, by the way, for Minghini as we pick one up in progress. He raised to 2.4 pre. Dunaway defended with the jack tray. Flop top pair, no longer good and no longer interested in the face of the barrel. Jarod's rail really, I wouldn't go breathalyzing that crew right about now.
I had a king.
King was good.
I figured.
Facts.
I probably could have lost more if I bet the flop.
I didn't have a king yet. I couldn't bet the flop.
I said if I bet the flop, I could have lost more.
I got that.
Minghini's got 5 WSOP circuit rings, Nick.
Strong.
Understands what it takes to close out a tournament. And for an adrenaline junkie, this is the sort of adrenaline that you're not going to find on the slopes. Ace deuce. Margets will thrill seek from the button.
Does Dunaway have ideas? Looks like he does, Ali.
Is she the right target at her stack depth in terms of ICM?
Yes. Her sort of depth and Hallaert's type stack and all of those stacks are very incentivized to hang on to their chips, and he obviously felt that. That was a nice sort of identification of what was going on. A little bit out there, but that's poker.
What's that?
I said this time, no show.
No show this time.
Leo?
I mean, I probably won't show anymore. I've been really sweet to y'all.
Immediately
and I don't feel like I'm getting it in return.
recognizing that he didn't show that one.
You did show me kings, and you did tell me ace queen. So, you know what? You two are off the hook.
I just told you that I turned top.
You're in.
You're hit.
Okay,
She's
these
out.
two?
I literally just told you I turned top.
You have never asked me what I have.
Okay, I'm gonna start. Deal? You owe me one. Or two.
Because of what?
Because you want to be in the club of the people that are showing me their hands, right?
You'll see on the stream, I'm not lying. I turned the top pair.
I flopped top pair. I had a jack. Oh. But that's what I'm saying. I could have lost more.
A negotiation to,
yeah, you know,
it is poker.
It's
2.4.
It's always a kind of funny little game when you're on the stream. Sometimes players take it a bit far. What do you have? You know, I'm going to see anyway. Kasuf was always doing that. Sure. I'm going to see it anyway.
Yeah.
What'd you have? Show it. Show it. I'm going to see it. He would say it every time,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But there is some truth to it. But really, that 30 minutes or whatever it is, that's a big 30.
More like an hour, by the way. And so you know.
Grinder would have given me 3.2. I would have. You would have.
Margets once again opening, this time from the cutoff, and this time we paused upon the hard 6 of Hallaert.
The brownie.
Offsuit wheel cards for Mizrachi.
Kinda. Yeah. It really does.
Out of there.
Anyway, Leo, you were telling me when we were walking up the country. Where is it at?
There?
Your country. You said it's little bitty.
Yeah, I'll tell you where. Because
By where?
in the Pyrenees,
Where is it by?
between France and Spain.
Okay.
But I'm from Spain. But
You live in Andorra?
Yes, you know?
Live in Andorra.
You live in Andorra?
No, no. I said, yeah, do you live in
Yes,
Andorra?
yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm sure it's a pretty spot.
They have great snowboarding.
Great snowboarding?
I've been there.
How about
Ace
great
king
hand?
for Margets.
The min. Queen Jack suited for the grinder.
Yeah, this is close to wanting to just go all in. But the Margets Open is really so respectful given Dunaway is in the cutoff. If she covered everybody behind her, I think all in is much more of the idea than here. He does go for the call.
Now Gregg, Price is Right sort of situation.
I could see hopping in with this. Each card next to each other. 8.4.
We keep talking about Andorra after the hand.
9-6 tray with a couple of spades. Top pair for Gregg. Mizrachi with the overs and the flush draw. Underperforming is the ace king.
Ace of spades for Margets. That grinder might be coming with one of his leads. I believe that's 4 million. 5. And for Tony, this is really dicey. Could see just all in, but it's complicated quite a lot with the uncapped range of Margets behind. Yeah, I kind of just like that.
I got 18 million in the back.
Let's go of top pair. Obviously, the diciness compounded by Margets, the opener, and covering stack behind him. But she, too, does let go.
Take it, sir. The grinder's rail is no joke as well.
Feelings about the lead, Nick?
Not sure.
Coming.
Effective. That much we can't argue. 560K, the current payout.
I mean, end of the day, he got top pair to fold.
You've been to Andorra?
Never been, no.
It's cool. But very bad for traveling a lot.
Traveling?
It's not very convenient. They don't have an airport.
It's just a little bit strange when you have no overpairs and no two pair in range.
How far is it
None.
from Barcelona?
Do you feel like you're turning it face up a bit?
I'm wondering if it kind of is a bit draw heavy. But
because a set doesn't do it.
Yeah, I don't think a set just comes out with 5 M's. And again, we don't really have too many.
2 hours.
But we move forward.
Because I have so many speeding tickets. I mean, I've gotten a bunch.
You got like penalties for the speed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mucho penalties.
They're cheap here.
No, they're not that. I mean, like a few hundred.
Yeah, a couple $100.
$200 bucks.
But it goes according to how much you overpass the speed, no?
So yours is all kilometers, right? Kilometers. Everything's kilometers.
Tony
Metric.
limps the diaper.
I got caught doing 97 in a 70 the other day.
That's miles, but
Check back from
So they pepper spray me, they tase me. No, I'm joking.
Minghini. Is
But
Dunaway
I
advising
thought-
that
I mean,
speeding tickets are sort of his other forte?
Slow down,
in
Dunaway.
Texas, they're like, you know what? We all drive fast.
Well, Greg, speeding with the wheel draw.
Right, yeah.
Always nice to stab with 3 high and win it.
No, I was on the way.
You have any speeding tickets? When's the last time you were pulled over,
Honestly,
Nick?
It's been a while.
Our speed
Hope
limit
I'm not jinxing it, but
had potential.
you ever been clocked
It doesn't matter.
with any sort of
75
impressive?
or 80, so
Maybe impressive is the wrong adjective given the sentiments you just expressed. As we look at some impressive stacks, Dunaway running away. 50 million. The gap between he and Bojovic there. Current shorty, as it's been for some time now, Joe Ozimok, but he did find a ladder. Did Nevada Patrol find Nick Schulman at any point? That is the question.
What's up? What's the question?
Speeding? Any speeding?
I've gotten pulled over, yes.
Did you get out of it?
Yeah. I got out of it.
Did you really?
Well, what do you? No, I got the ticket and then paid it. Yeah.
Okay. So
I've had a few incidents. I made an illegal turn. I had one where I was on the phone. I was stopped, and I glanced at the phone, and still he nabbed me, even though it was a red light. Fair enough, you know. I had a tail light out.
That one's petty.
Nothing crazy though. No reckless.
Yeah. I don't know that I can say the same.
11:25 here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're just a freewheeling, just, you know.
I'm not.
Look at
These
you,
are
just-
long time ago. You know what? I take that back. You know, the first year Formula One came to Vegas is all of a sudden Greg looks like he might start his engine.
He's definitely thinking about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What time is it in London?
London
Oh, yeah.
is 7:25 a.m.
Taste the rainbow. As Grinders 2.5 million. Ratchets to 6.2, courtesy of an ace-5 offsuit. Tony taking the fight to Mike.
Very much so, and seems pretty hard for the grinder to continue.
Last year they did it at the next level. Will we go, Kim? Yes, we will. It will slow it down. It's like, yeah, last year they had it with actually slightly less players, but that doesn't affect me. At the 6, saying 1600. Yeah, the 1.6 more level.
We've definitely seen grinder 4-bet rip light before in some huge spots, but it doesn't really appear mannerisms-wise that it's going to happen this time.
No. He's balanced, though, in this regard. It's not 100% he doesn't just have it when he, you know,
Or
gives off the stuff.
It could be jacks or a hand that we're scared but still have to.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he does do it. Sick from the grinder. Wow. Found it. You called it, Ali. You said it that he could seem done and still do it. That was unbelievable. What a find.
He's so nasty in the live streets.
He is a grinder. I'll give it.
Greg.
I'll give it to him.
It's firing.
Getting the finger wag there.
You were grinding earlier, though. Yeah. No doubt about it.
You know, we said it earlier, Nick. His presence here, final 12 of the main event,
What's the worst that could happen, right?
I believe is going to be, for the most part,
The worst thing can happen is you get 5, 6.
sort of the star around which things orbit.
It's not a bad day.
That's not bad.
Hallaert. Queen 10 of hearts. Reminding the table of his presence.
Do we have the PokerGO chat going at all? You want to pull that up, Ali?
Eager to find out what it is.
I'm sure they're
saying
going.
on the heels of that one.
Let us know where you're watching from, too.
Yeah, I like that roll call.
Just a quick one. A little love for the
sure
many people sweating this epic main.
Some references to him actually being ready to punt it off from Happy Gilmore. Poker Watcher 33 saying he don't give a blankety blank.
Thank you, bro.
As Dunaway gives another 1.5 to the pot with ace-jack to defend here.
Oh, action flop. Top tops for Dunaway. Middle pair in the hearts working for Hallaert.
I'm probably 200 years old.
Seatbelt sign has been illuminated.
44. Poker year is to about 200.
Hey, you look like shit.
I know. It's all the stress you guys give me.
I live stress-free.
Ace of hearts on the turn. Hallaert making the flush as neither party bet. And this is a real issue for Dunaway now. Top two.
And he's walking right into it.
Hallaert with so much hand here, facing 3 million. No need to announce ourselves.
Well, announcing ourselves does just get more chips in the pot to potentially close to double. Often we have hands good enough that want to just raise. We sort of build a strategy around that. I would think just raise right now, especially when Dunaway kind of leads on our card. Usually that's somewhat value driven. It doesn't have to be. But for the big blind to lead into the under the gun player on the ace, I really like this raise from Hallaert. And for Dunaway with clean outs, top two, it doesn't seem so easy to get away just yet.
But with king, queen, and hearts, sort of the hands we're concerned about, maybe some 10-10, unclear. Dunaway's not going to be eager to do anything more than call here, right?
Right. The choice is very much call or hero fold, to put it lightly. He does go for call. 26.2 in the middle. Can Kenny avoid the ace or jack?
Moments away from finding out.
Hallaert is right back in the mix. Had the chip lead for quite a while, sort of dipped down, but at least 26.2 is going his way, and perhaps a lot more.
This one isn't over. Further damage is contingent upon Hallaert's size selection.
And it's interesting for Dunaway. Kenny does have some really natural bluffs. 9-9 with a heart and 8-8 with a heart are both hands that would probably check flop quite a lot and could feel compelled to bluff. Outside of those, which is 6 respective hands in total, there are the flushes and maybe king of hearts, queen, or a king queen with a heart. What is that there, Ali?
17 million.
There's your answer. The dealer declares it 17.5. Man, if you're in Dunaway's seat now and you're desperately looking for the hands that the aces and jacks beat, What are you narrowing it down to that makes sense?
Well, as I said, the 8s and the 9s with a heart, maybe even 6s with a heart. I think those are really the bluffs for Kenny. King of Hearts, 10. Does he open that under the gun 6? Maybe sometimes. And he gets paid off. Hallaert slides close to regaining the chip lead. What a huge pickup for Kenny Hallaert.
Perhaps the most significant exchange of chips that we've seen, certainly when it comes to Kenny Hallaert on the day. 5 million south of Braxton Dunaway.
Definitely the most significant exchange of chips, just in a sort of normal hand of poker, not an all-in or what have you.
It's bad. It's bad. It's terrible. No. It's their turn.
Dunaway appears to be taking it in stride, as obviously he's cognizant of how well he has run.
Got a full double, my friend.
To have found himself where he was, saying it's their turn. And he did want to see Hallaert's hand, but I don't think that's the way he wanted to do it.
And flush as well?
By the way, you've actually lit the chat ablaze, Nick, with sort of...
What's up, guys?
Where you started the hand with?
Hey, this is cool. Smudge said that he's at Ali's mom's house. Shout out Ali's mom's house. Where are you guys from for real, though? Montana, Indiana, Riga? Love you too, Grinder fan. Hold on, Ali. Go ahead, scroll the chat, Ali. I'll read, but I guess I'm messing it up. I'm going the wrong way. We see Minghini. Dynamite spot here plays itself. That's always nice at this stage.
And Gregg's chips are going the wrong way as well. This Queen-6 suited open, showing perhaps some urgency.
Gregg tried to sneak one in there, ran right into it.
WS saying, watching from Durango Casino. Okay, mama in Miami, Florida.
All right, that's what's up.
In Split, Croatia. Tim Wong, by the way, is in the 80 mix game over at Bellagio, says seats warm, Ali.
Yeah, I'll bet it is.
Believe that.
We see the Minghini bio. Businessman from Tahoe. 5 circuit rings, as you said, Ali. World-class snowboarder. That's sick, obviously. And his live tournament winnings will cross the million mark. Will they cross the 10 million mark? We'll see.
I confess I'm more concerned about whether or not I'm going to get that boat rental from Wakebusters. You know, I kind of grew up on North Shore, Kings Beach, Tahoe, Squaw Valley, which we're not allowed to call it that anymore, I guess. But King 7 suited for Margets. Setting sail here. Hallaert now dressed up with 78 back. Ace Jack. Nothing irresponsible about the King 7 suited open?
No, like it.
Not when we see this. As the re-raise delivered.
9,600,000.
Oh. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen.
Ace Queen. This is the hand that blends the brain so often late tournaments.
All in.
And he's gonna rip it.
And he's going to do it correctly, Ali. The grinder is on a bona fide heater.
Probably folding. 40 million?
You know, he's making it happen for himself out here. Back up to 52.7. Look out, world. Here comes the grinder, and here comes Jeff Platt.
Not enough.
Back in 2012, Greg Merson won a world championship with his friend Tony Gregg by his side. 13 years later, the roles appear to be reversed. Life different, of course, for the two of them now than in their poker heyday. Greg is a family man. He lives in Hawaii. Greg Merson is now the milkman. It's a sports cards thing. It's a long story. We'll get into it later. But Merson, of course, is here to support his friend, Tony Gregg, and he is on the rail with our Natalie Bodie.
Greg, what's it been like for the tables to turn and you get to support Tony in this spot?
Yeah, to be honest with you, it's been like a little emotional for me because he's such a good guy. And he's been one of my best friends for 20 years, and he really took me to the next level in poker at the start of my career, and I just like couldn't be rooting for someone more. Just so happy that he's still in.
How have you two supported each other through the years in each of your individual journeys?
I mean, more him supporting me just because he's just the perfect poker player, in my opinion, of just like never tilts, even keeled, all the skill sets, and, you know, and me trying to learn from him. So he's been my mentor. I don't know how much I've really provided him. Yeah.
He told us this week that he feels he's grown and evolved a lot, especially since becoming a father. Have you seen that from him?
Well, a little bit. We haven't spoken that much because he's living in Hawaii now. So, yeah, I mean, we're living so far apart. But I'm sure it's changed him a bunch, and it's been nice hanging out with him this week. And, yeah, I mean, I just rooting really hard for him.
Very cool to see that. Thanks for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Natalie. And Jeff, some of the changes, I would imagine, would entail, you know, a higher amount of local moco and spam musubi in the diet. Perhaps pineapple as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you mean living in Hawaii, Ali?
Yeah. When was the last time you were on the island?
It's been quite a while. You?
Often.
Really?
Yeah. King 4 suited.
Often? What are we talking about? A few times a year?
Yeah. Yeah. I told you I might be, you know, Ali might be doing a little bit better than you're giving him credit for. 0 bracelets, but still career earnings. Just, you know. Mizrachi's been earning it lately, and he's got that determined look on his face. Apparently.
Yeah, and you know, it is a reminder that in a spot like this, you can be a little bit free out there mannerisms-wise while not giving off. You know, you can wear your heart on your sleeve. Even if you have aces, it's nervy. So you don't always need to go for the kind of robotic energy, but we have to kind of be ourselves. So he's certainly doing just that.
And most importantly, doing it in a balanced manner whereby somebody can't simply look over and assign perfect range.
All right, looks like he's going for the flat.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, he was really, you know, everywhere.
The dive bar now sort of has spilled over.
The 20 cups get placed.
Looking
the
at trip to
grinder.
a flop. Ace, queen, tray. This is a big whiff for B done, but for Mizrachi, he's not done. With the king high spade draw, 7-8 in there, and a lack of fear.
Dunaway really walking into it with no equity.
Fires $3 million. Call from Grinder. Keeping a lid on things for now. Both players making fours. Dunaway checking it over, and now you can see the Grinder's gears turning.
Yeah, you know, I think when he used to play online some 20 some odd years ago, and he was the Grinder, if I recall, he had an image of some gears. They're definitely working right now. Takes the free one.
Spade absent the river here.
And this is interesting. Dunaway definitely has showdown, but you could consider perhaps targeting the queen or even something like 9-9 with a bet. Oh, and he is doing it. This is really great instincts from Dunaway. If he does follow through, this will put the Grinder in a terrible situation.
Well, there it is, 7.3 million. Sort of taking a page out of the Grinder's book. Is call ever the idea here with King 4 for Grinder?
You know, the King of Spades is a pretty good card to call with. I don't think a lot of opponents would be bluffing with that one, but with just the 4.
This isn't a queen from Dunaway.
This is not a queen from Dunaway, and he did check the turn. We beat things like Jack 10 of clubs. There's plenty of hands we could all find that we beat. But just a 4 against the hijack open of Dunaway. Grinder's so good at feeling when people are bluffing. This would be a freaky one if he called and they chopped.
You know, I watch a lot of Shark Week, and they talk about these sensors, you know, receptors that they have that allow them to kind of detect fear, you know, and prey-like electrical impulses in the air, in the water rather. And it is very akin to what we're observing here.
You're not wrong, Ali.
Oh, and he does make the call.
Gentlemen.
And fours with a king. Oh, chop, 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 chop.
That is insane.
Oh, man, that was, you know, that right hand is hurting right there. That was a good tap. I mean.
By the way, Braxton said 4s, and immediately Grinder's thinking, I've got it.
Of course.
I knew you were weak, but I was like, what the?
That's
what
That was sick, man. Shark Week.
I was kidding. I was pretty sure the best
What a
hand,
legend.
He said 4s. I love it when he said 4s.
Yeah, you're the nuts. Take it to the
There's the dap. Okay, hang on. Knuckle missed the first one. And you know what? Actually,
We'll take all of that. Listen. But see that right there? You could tell they both felt a serious sting. You know when you see your boy, you haven't seen him for a minute, and it's like, that one connected. Outer table action, I haven't seen these guys in a while. That was a crazy hand.
Sure was. Gonna be tough to top that exchange, as ace-10 is topped by ace-queen here. Was
has really spun.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Ozimok, who has not, he's banked his hopes on the inferior ace. Waz's flat, obviously causing concern. Padron will be sitting this one out. Unclear the reasoning behind the delay. Was the pay ladder at 11?
It certainly is, Ali. Just 190 dimes, nothing crazy.
Gotcha. You know, there have been a number of influential voices in poker, respected individuals who have come down with some strong opinions on specifically this sort of behavior of stalling on the ladders or doing the one chip back. Negreanu has been in there. Seaver.
This guy hasn't been egregious at all.
No, but in general, do you have a take you'd like to share at all with respect to this?
Let's see how this plays out for Ozimok for his tournament life. I'm happy to revisit that.
Copy. 600 back, so we're not on our backs, but we are in trouble if we're Ozimok. Queen 9-6. Was all over this one with the ace of spades, top pair. Not a lot of places for Joe to go as he knuckles.
Yeah, this really sucks for Joe.
Is there anything going on over there? About all Melania?
Yeah, you're
Obviously,
immediately
he'll
asking.
be putting it in.
Is there anything going on over there? But absent some sort of hand that could unfold where a bust out would leave him with the pay ladder, he is forced to call, and he might be forced right out of here.
Queen on the board already.
Pretty thin right now. Queen 9-6.
Calls for a sweat on the turn, no doubt, from Ozimok's camp, which can probably be heard from as far away as Pittsburgh. 7, 8, 10.
Oh, it is a little sweat. Not over yet. Just needs one more, Ali.
Halfway home. The 28.2 still listing heavily toward Wasnock's side of the harbor. And the river is no safe harbor. That's going to do it for the youngest remaining player, just 22 years of age. GG's.
Legendary run. Seems like a really cool kid.
Couldn't agree more.
Joseph Ozimok, 12th place, Ali.
Shared with us that his faith is very important to him. Always has been ingrained in him since he was young and has gotten him through a lot of tough times where he's needed it. And he said he needed it now, so it's all full circle. On the other side, of course, Waz's rail. Loving that.
Anybody order water?
I'm gonna take one off.
Take one off? Some dirt on that.
Yeah, I had a couple, and you can clear the rest of
Dirt on the
everything
top of that.
when you get a chance. Thank you.
White part.
Joe's gonna pit stop before he hits that payout desk, which means Jeff Platt's going to work.
Well, Joe, many poker players dream of a deep run in the main, and it just never happens. You finished in 12th at 22 years old. What was living that dream like?
The best experience of my life. This was fantastic. I had an absolute blast, and I can't wait to come back next year.
Your composure was extremely impressive to us. How important was it to you in making this deep run?
So important, you know, just come out here and for playing poker for such a short period of time, just being able to show off my skills and show what I can do and look forward to the future.
What does that future look like?
A whole lot more poker.
There we go. That's what we like to hear. It's been great meeting you, Joe. Thank you for the time. Joe Ozimok, 12th place at the World Series of Poker main event.
Thanks, Jeff. You know, he didn't play the main event last year. He said he wasn't quite rolled for it, but had a really good year in the WPT in December. Took 5th in an event. And for a first main, that's a hell of Hell of a performance.
Yeah, I would have to agree, Ali.
11 left now, Nick. $750,000.
And the next pay jump will close the night as we see aces for Margets. The next pay jump is a cool milli at 9.
Yeah. 250K. We are static at this $750,000 for 11th and 10th.
No, Margets goes for the limp. Dunaway checks.
Yeah, blind versus blind, and Dunaway is connected. 9-8-6 top pair. Margets checking.
I don't really think it's the kind of board where we're dying to check raise if we're in Margets seed. Very understandable start. And for Dunaway, we could certainly see further value pursuits. He doesn't waste a lot of time, this guy, Dunaway. Goes for 2.5. And if we're facing that size as Margets, I think we often feel we have the best hand. It's a little bit small, but still, the treading lightly is very understandable.
Yeah, that check back in the big blind range contains a lot of things that might pose a problem to aces, but they didn't until now. Trip 9s for Dunaway, 11-6 in the middle. And the gift turns into the curse for Margets.
I think maybe that cutesy sort of size from Dunaway on the turn is making Margets feel compelled to lead, thinking that size is more of an 8 or a 6. She goes for 4. Looks like Braxton just snaps, and really rough river for her. By the way, that
she set her own price.
That choice to lead may have saved her chips. That's right, Ali.
Did Braxton leave meat on the bone?
You know, I think facing 4 into 11 perhaps. Yes, maybe 9s with the queen.
Coming up.
Maybe some of the caginess of knocking on the door of the FT on display there.
I made a tight fold too.
Yes.
If Grinder had my hand, he'd have lost chips on the button.
I don't know. I play tighter than you.
Could have been worse.
I guess. For sure, for sure.
I'm happy with it, and you are.
I'm
in a weird
happy.
way. You know what I mean?
I'm happy with it too.
Yeah. You know I'm a nice person, so might as well be to a good person. Unlike, I'm just kidding. Everybody's like, who's he talking about?
I confess I was waiting.
I'm kidding, boys and girls. Might as
Jarod
well have
now.
fun. We're here.
Queen 10 of clubs.
Y'all having fun?
Straps in.
You having fun?
100%. I was having fun 2 weeks ago.
Having fun. Jarod, you having fun?
He limpiado ases en la SB y has dado check.
2.4?
Y en el river he hecho un cuarto.
Exclamation point.
Dunaway, suited connector, slides in the extra 1-8. Clubs are smothered, 8-5, dominated is Hallaert. Takes the price. 3 ways with 8-4 in there. Minghini centering himself. Jack 10-6.
Open-ended for Dunaway.
10s for Minghini, best hand.
Of course, the most action card in the deck would be the queen.
Check back from the 10, second 6.
And this is interesting. Hallaert picking up spades, and that 6 somewhat representable.
Paused on Kenny here.
Usually when it's paused for this long, a bet is forthcoming.
Right you are.
What is it?
Now Minghini, he's sharp. He knows that the big blind has an opportunity as played to get after this pot.
He does, and it looks like he's cutting out a call.
Maybe
for Dunaway, multi-way on a paired board.
Yeah,
Fold
just
makes
now.
sense.
I was going to say that Minghini taking that 3-7 that could have been delivered as a c-bet on the flop and then utilizing it to get himself to the river as a call on the turn. Dry 4 on the end, and let's see if Hallaert is done.
It's interesting. We may not love our blockers, but doesn't it feel that all-in would be very hard for Minghini to deal with? We do block some draws that might end up in this line for Minghini, but we have that 6 sometimes and a very credible range. He is reaching.
That he is, Nick.
I like the bluff. The 40% pot is obviously has Minghini in a world of hurt. With this size, he's sort of saying he has King Jack or something of this nature.
I need the fan. No, I'm kidding, but fan me. No, I'm just kidding.
Looking over on the hunt for something that will help influence his decision here. 18 million remaining, a third of it being asked for.
At a glance, I kind of like Minghini's suits to hero call.
Unblocking diamonds and spades.
And also blocking the 6. I'm not saying it's easy to call here, but this is a reasonable candidate to do so with.
Well, whatever the degree of difficulty is under normal circumstances, add a multiplier to it here. Under these lights.
Well, it looks like he's primed and ready, Ali. He's got the chocolates and the lavenders. He's counting down the remaining of his stack, if wrong.
Yeah, he'd be left with very little, about 10 bigs. But as we can see, he's going to have 40 million plus if he simply clicks call. Hallaert giving nothing away. It's so easy when you can see the cards, and he makes the call.
Find it. What a call. His rail's going to go nuts, Sali.
Wipes the palms as things did get sweaty for a sec.
And perhaps in hindsight, Hallaert may regret not just going all in, but we'll never know. Maybe Minghini would have heroed it off anyway.
Well, the polarity of the all-in is something Jarod didn't have the luxury of with that value size. But I think that puts the rest of this event on notice, Nick.
Thank you.
And again, I sort of return to the fact that Grinder's wearing one of his many World Series of Poker bracelets. I don't see any of the circuit rings on Jarod here. Were it me, we all know I'd have a full hand's worth, you know.
But enough about me.
Fucking go.
What do you guys think of me?
Fucking go.
He doesn't need to wear the rings to show the brass like he did there.
There you go.
Gregg showing that he is not deterred despite coming up empty on the last few ventures into the fray. Dunaway grabbing bird shot. Hallaert with the sixes. Is this a squeeze candidate by any chance?
I think it's possible, but I sort of prefer what he has in his hand. It's really tough with Dunaway on the button. You know, we make it, we squeeze. Oh, I'll tell you what is a squeeze candidate, Ali.
QQ. Pow.
There it is.
Just pile drives the salmon like a voracious grizzly on an Alaskan riverbank.
Not really mincing words with the 3-bet size. There it is. Yeah.
There's a full look, by the way. The leather beret really bringing it home. Ponytail as well.
It's all happening over there.
That's a man who's
See
held
what's going on outer table B.
Who's held a racing form at some point in life and perhaps fixed a Wildlife match.
Come on, Kryptonite. Hang in there. Wasnock basically putting Padron in. Obviously, he'll be gone.
He opened to 2.4. Padron 3-bet the baby-suited ace to 6-5. Wasnock hung tough with smothered clubs.
Okay, 2.4 to 6.5. Wasnock hung tough, as you said. And then on the flop, Ali, did some chips go in?
He just fired the 20 out there to cover Padron.
We see Padron check. The only thing is, I see. So, of course, the 36 million includes this 20 from Waz. Forgive me. Take it, sir.
There's the Waz rail. John Wasnock, 143,000 in career tournament earnings. Likes golf, poker, and Seattle sports. I've been up there to the Clink. It's CenturyLink Field, I think, up in Seattle where the Seahawks play. Perhaps one of the loudest stadiums you can catch yourself in. I'm sure Waz has delivered some decibels out there. Wife Brandy, friends Jorge and Chad on the rail.
Well, I'm sure they're extremely excited.
You know what his plans for the money
Go
are,
ahead.
Nick?
Tell me, Ali.
To go on a cruise with the family.
There you go. That sounds wonderful.
Perhaps we can join him on the voyage.
Yeah, you know, again.
We don't have to be invited. It's hundreds of people. We may not even see him. You know?
I get a little seasick out there. I'm good on the cruise.
Real
to
talk?
each their own, Ali.
There's Dramamine and whatnot. You get cart motion sickness in general?
If I'm reading something or, you know, a little bit sometimes.
Okay. Well, Padron a little bit sick after dropping off the package. Granted, sound was the choice with the ace-3 suited. Both to 3-bet and to depart post. Wasnock in motion. Those are familiar looking chips if you're Padron. 2.4. The min. Suited and connected. Deliberations here for Joey, whose wife's cousin introduced him to the game back in 2005. I'm sure looking on with pride from somewhere out there. Steps away from this one. Padron met his wife at the airport. Nick?
Okay.
Hopefully not while detained at customs or anything like that. That'd be a weird one.
Well, you know, I'm sure many great loves have sprung from dire circumstances. As we see Waz sliding into the 5. Ace of spades working for Lee.
Unfortunate circumstances for Daehyung here, who had the better of the ace X's after defending the big. He does check it over. Let's see what's on Waz's mind.
We'll be back.
Does
Feels
look like a
some
bet was deployed there.
There
briefly.
was deployment upon us. Looks like the grinder takes another one. In fact, the cards are on their back.
Well, Tony Gregg has just been whittled, and now it could be the final hatchet. Unless he can find some of this 27% in equity that he's placed his hopes on. 24.9 million.
How much was the total?
Mizrachi dominating.
9.9?
I would get it ready.
I'm getting it ready for you.
Let's see 3, Ali. It's a rough start for Joe. He finds the diamond 2, but 2 spades working for the grinder.
Well, the only work that needs to get put in is for Tony Gregg, who's got 2 4s working, but nothing further. And now it's over.
What a run, Tony Gregg. 10 left.
Taking it in stride.
Out on the turn.
Good luck.
Such a gentleman.
One of the best no-limit players of all time and a great person. $750 for your efforts, sir. Late day 8, another departs.
Thank you.
Aloha, Tony.
Is this a redraw at 10, Ali?
It is. Gregg's going to add to his 12 million in career tournament earnings. Look at Iachan there. Knows this feeling.
Like nothing
Merson made a deep run, but knows a different one as a former main event champ. There's that difficult walk out of the arena for the 38-year-old professional poker player. You get a look at the remains of the main event. 9 of 10 on your screen.
This is a big seat draw, too. Everybody's sweating.
100%. As Padron looking to grab the last pay ladder, and Jeff Platt has grabbed Tony Gregg.
Well, Tony, sum up for us what you feel after a run like this.
I mean, it's definitely pretty deflating right now, and I'm sure it will be even more so tomorrow. I remember when I went deep in the main in 2016, like when I woke up the morning after I busted, it was just the worst feeling ever to not be in the tournament anymore. Because when you're in the tournament, it's all you're focused on. Like all of your mental energy just goes into, you know, your routine in the morning and the hands that you're playing and everything. And then once you bust, it's just like, wow, like going back to real life now. I mean, I'm really grateful that my real life now is a lot richer than it was back then, with a family and everything. So I'm not like, I'm grateful. Like I'm really at peace with the way I played pretty much every hand. I mean, there were, you know, a few spots along the way that I would have taken back on other days, but as far as today goes, I'm really satisfied with how I played. So
You mentioned real life, but with that said, does it feel like you've been a bit more reinvigorated by the poker life?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like 100% chance that I will play a tournament before the main event next year. So yeah, it feels good. I mean, it just feels good to like get the outpouring of support, and even all the just like random head nods that I got from like longtime pros and stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, it's nice. You know, we're all just here being degenerates together. So.
Well, we're excited that we'll at least get to see you a little bit more. Tony Gregg, 11th place in the World Series of Poker main event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that terrific attitude from Tony Gregg, in part the product of his proclivity, or affinity rather, for Eastern philosophies. GG's, Mr. Gregg, besting his 50th place finish in 2016. We're going to step aside for 20. Stay close.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player. Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Too expensive.
You just got too excited, huh?
Nah, just it was glued, the chip.
Over to our secondary feature when the Mexican flags fly.
Not really.
For their guy, Diego Ponce de Leon.
I don't get excited anymore playing poker. That is best.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You're dead inside.
I am. My girlfriend told me the same.
Margets to queens. To 1.6. Oh my.
Whoa.
Diego Ponce de Leon with 2 jacks.
Unavoidable. Just has to go in the queen of the main event, Leon Margets, waiting.
Ponce de Leon waiting. But we all know what's coming.
Win.
And there it is. There's the call. Here we go.
Oh, qué cooler, güey.
Damas.
Jacks, queenas.
Jotas.
Jacks versus queens. 23.6 million in the middle. As the rails rev up.
No, no pasa nada, no pasa nada.
Great moment there.
Yeah, I love that.
Little hug.
Terrific sportsmanship displayed by both.
Vamos!
Ou seja, se ganhas isto, tu dás-me 250 cabos. Se ganhas isto, 250 cabos. É isso?
King 6-3. Safe for Margets.
Não temos mais nada, um aperto de mão é o que chega.
Feel like this place will go ballistic no matter what the outcome is. The turn is a deuce. Both Margets and Ponce, pretty rowdy rails. If no jack arrives, we're down to 2 tables at the main. Diego out in 19th. That's what it's all about right there at the end.
Well played. Thank you. Good. Nice playing with you.
Played so well too, man.
Thank you.
Bright future for the 25-year-old, to say the least.
Mas eu sentia, sabe, ela
Saw the passion, can still see it. Embracing
it. Is not over just yet. As Gregg opens here, Dunaway calls on the button, and Mizrachi has 2 queens in the big blind.
What a spot for the grinder.
The jam for a little more than 20 bigs. Gregg counting out his stack. Our 9's just too good for Gregg.
He says yes.
They are indeed.
Yes,
And here we go. 38.4 million in the middle.
A grinder gets it in pure.
A 4-1 favorite. Queens versus 9s.
Hold that.
Everybody up. 10-3 deuce. Safe for the grinder, who about an hour and a half ago was down to less than 2 million in chips. The turn is a jack.
This place is going to erupt if it's no 9.
Can't watch. To go from the shortest stack to one of the biggest stacks in the room. With 18 left in the main.
Here it is, Mike, here it is.
6 on the river. The grinder revived. I don't think I could.
Won't mess up, don't worry. No. It's too much at stake. I mean, never say never, though, but, yeah.
Hallaert ace-king. Start of day 7 and start of day 8, Chip Lear opens here. Ace, queen suited is what Parati is squeezing right now. Starting the hand with just a little more than 20 bigs.
Yeah, it's potential dire straits for Parati. This just must go in the middle with ace queen suited.
And it does. And here we go. Hallaert makes the call. 35.6 million in the middle.
Ace king, ace queen.
You see how meaningful this one is too for Kenny. Glasses now up on top of the head. At one point had over 60 million.
Start with 1 heart.
Ace king.
10-9-3, 1 heart.
Ace queen.
What do you think is gonna happen?
What's that?
What do you think is gonna happen?
It's gonna come.
Parati entered the day with 50 million in chips. He's all in and at risk here. Sees a queen in the window. So it comes queen 7-3.
Un'altra subito, un'altra subito.
Still like my chances.
Hallaert still confident. Jack on the turn.
He spoke it into existence,
Broadway
perhaps.
Draw there.
El 3 di picca. El 3 di picca.
Needs a king or a 10 to score the elimination. And the river is a king!
He's done it. Remarkably unflappable. Pirati just can't believe it.
Takes a picture of that dramatic run out. The ups and downs of that hand end up in the elimination. And Mohamed Pirati out in 18 for 360K.
Mario.
Good luck.
Good game. Good play. Good job. New high score again.
Yeah, it just keeps getting higher.
Kenny Hallaert.
You got my favorite.
You see
now.
that queen growing up.
Which one? Yeah.
It's building quite the pyramid of chips, am I right?
Yeah.
Is Egypt?
No, I hear you.
Got it.
Yeah.
Nailed that one.
Yeah. Why, what was it that led him to all of those destinations, locations as a child?
His dad worked in the oil and gas industry, so family had to move around a bunch.
Well, there you have it. You're not making that up,
No.
right? Okay. It's in the bio? My bios, or do you have your own special
No,
ones?
our bios. Padron with queens. Oh my. Oh my. Ozimok squeezes 2 aces in the big blind.
The wise words of Nick Schulman. Heavens to Betsy.
Indeed. They're pretty deep too. Ozimok starting the hand with a little more than 40 bigs. How much? 6.5 million.
Padron starting the hand just shy of 60 bigs. Ozimok about 40. Seems like call is your best option, but you just don't know with Padron. He may send it.
Does just call. $14 million already in the middle.
Oh.
Comes Queen Jack 9.
Unreal.
Put this on where it's called first ever should be.
Unreal. For the red aces, this is not the kind of texture you're looking for.
You got more people?
Young OZ here will check it. There's a world in which he may escape, but it's going to be very difficult to do so. He's only got 27 million behind with 14 million plus this bet out there.
And Padron will start getting some chips in. And a decent amount of them as well, more than half pot here on the flop.
And again, just a horrible board given the action. Sizable 3-bet pre out of the big blind. You get called. Love the check on the flop, of course, and now you're facing a half pot size bet. What are you hoping to get it in against? At worst, combination of maybe ace, queen, spade.
Yeah.
Right? And even that, you're, okay, well, not great.
I have to make it. I don't have a choice.
Which one?
There's the call.
Understandable.
Of course.
Maybe we can find a way out given texture on turn.
And that turn is the 8 of diamonds.
10s now get there. Not saying 10s would have bet the flop.
Right.
But it's at least a way. Maybe we can escape. Does go check, check.
River 6.
Padron also now fearful that top set may have been drawn out on.
$10 million.
Drone showcasing some nice awareness here. Betting 10 million. Can Ozimok get away?
I don't know what we beat.
Right.
I'm trying to find anything, and I can't. Ace, 10 of spades gets
spades.
maybe like
don't have the ace of spades in your hand.
King, queen of spades is never betting river.
Never.
Just too good to check back.
Very
on river,
narrow.
Never turning it into a bluff. Yeah, there's nothing. I don't think we beat anything.
Now, you said, noting earlier, Padron has been pretty active pre. Maybe opens up a couple more hands, a couple more of the ace-x spades.
Very nice.
Still very nice laydown from Ozimok.
All things considered, I think we may have lost the man.
I think so, too.
With aces.
Nice hand.
I mean, Queen Jack 9 blank blank would have gotten really dicey.
No, you'll see it.
I know.
Okay. Thank you.
Padron up to 61. Where Correa opened. Was 3-bet with the 5-4 suited.
Was he?
Guerra rips it in with the ace-queen.
I will fold.
Correa's out.
Next one.
It's really nice recognition.
Say 13-6.
Timely to be able to pull the trigger for Guerra, who I assume this was quite an annoying spot, but did it anyway. Was not the type to 3-bet wide out of line. We can see that is exactly the case. There's no chance Was is calling with 5 high, right? And just He's soaking up a little camera time right now.
I feel like Guerra's just been around this 20 big blind range since late last night. Just continues to survive.
He's been really, you nailed it. I mean, doing whatever it takes to survive. Nothing has been easy. Wise isn't really considering, right? I mean, we're kind of hamming it up.
I mean, I think we are, but it'd be awesome.
I think I stepped in it.
Yeah, okay, there he goes. Yeah, he stepped in it.
Guerra will take that all day with the ace-queen.
You know, valiant effort, by the way, for Waz, mixing it up. I didn't really see the 3-bets coming very often with the suited connectors from Waz. Strikes me as more of the just call guy.
The short stack on the blind.
You'll see later.
What you had there?
Huh? Hey, Jack.
Can't even keep a straight face.
I mean,
I fold because of him.
Eh?
I fold because of him, not because of you.
Okay. I am for betting and he's 3-betting you.
Yeah.
You call him because him?
Yeah. I play with him many hours.
So probably it was bad shot.
Yeah.
To your point, Correa is saying, I was much more worried about Waz than Guerra.
Right.
Yeah. Same hand.
Watts is aware of his image.
Yeah, he knows.
He was trying to just pick his spot, and he felt good about it. And Correa's been, you know,
I saw a 5.
running the yap over there, pretty active.
I was hoping it was that move, you know. I was praying.
Once the action was on him and he didn't put the chips, you were
I
feeling
was
good.
like, oh, okay, we're good.
Didn't want the snap call.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Padron 3-betting with the 9s.
You?
And Lee looks down at 2 kings.
I played with him 10 hours yesterday. Never made a move.
He says a little prayer and then rips it in there.
17 of the minute game.
Just the
big ICM and he made a move. So what can I do?
How much is it?
Padron, I think hand is too good. Got a call with 9s. Gonna see the bad news.
He's in the mood for moves.
Be shocked if he laid it down.
Did some moves on me earlier too.
15 bigs. There's the call. Here we go.
One open, one 3-betted. And I shuffle in. He falls.
Daehyung Lee out of South Korea. In great shape with the kings against the 9s. Except for aces versus kings earlier in the day, it's been a pretty rough overall day for Lee. But is in another fantastic spot.
They're not coming here to fall. 15
Ace, king 5. That's about as good as it gets.
You can hit running 9s, right?
You can, yes, it is a possibility.
This would be dirty.
Not with 2 tables left, okay. There's one for Lee, who becomes much more comfortable once again.
No sweat.
No, I had to call 9 more, and there was like 20. That's half my stack at that point.
Both of which happened this year. And
I gotta think he's got some reps online, because really he's played quite well for a while now. So, you know, sometimes the earnings are misleading, as we see Dunaway with the ace-queen.
Passed over by Veloso. Footnote on him, by the way, when asked, Sergio Veloso, that is, what his biggest strength at the table was, Nick, he replied, calmness, being methodical, not being too emotional, and very rational. Said his weakness would be being affected by bad energy at the table.
Strong. Very sort of honest self-assessment.
Yeah.
Minghini with the 7-6 off.
Big
See a
blind.
flop.
Defending. Braxton Dunaway finding trip aces. 7 for Minghini with that 6 of clubs is going to be modestly costly, one would imagine.
Well said.
1.5.
$1.5 million a man to bring us to the turn. Oh, now Minghini obviously hasn't improved his hand in terms of the aces up, but now another road.
It's a tough card for Minghini. Generally, these counterfeited 2 pairs don't go quietly. More outs against something like jacks through kings, or 8s or 9s for that matter, and we do a good job of unblocking draws and so on. 5.4 is a hefty size from Dunaway. Maybe that will be a deterrent, but we could certainly understand a continue from Minghini.
This, the scene moments ago as Mike Mizrachi relieved Tony Gregg of his post in the main event and brought us down to a single table of 10. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman, 1:30 a.m. roughly local time. Jeff Platt, Natalie Bodie on the sidelines. The night shift rolling on for one more bust out as you see the main by the numbers. $750,000, their current payday. The rail is lathered up, trying to will these 10 down to 9 and hoping not to be on the outside looking in. 800, 1.6, and now they've come alive, Nick.
Wow. Who are they? They're here for Bojovic? That's tough when a guy's got a rail like that, you know, some robust rails. 1 table remains, Ali.
Can't believe, of all the tables, of all the hopes and dreams each and every year that embark, eventually 9,725 of them gave way to these final 10. And here at this unofficial final table, Kenny Hallaert, who has finished 6th in the main once upon a time, will kick us off with a raise to 3.6.
I do have the PokerGO chat going right now. Real quick, where are we watching from and who are we rooting for?
Folded around to Adam Hendrix. Jack 8 suited.
Damn, it's hot up here.
Seeing Chi-Town, Seattle, Kansas, Scotland.
I'm seeing a couple of clubs after the Hendrix defense. Flush draw acquired.
Australia, some grinders. The chat's blowing up. Much love. 1 table left.
Played together yet. I think you're the only new person. I'm John.
Leo.
I don't know if we have either.
Jared.
He beat me with it.
Luka, nice to meet you.
Leo.
Races versus Kings. Survived.
Some Alaska going on.
Days ago.
Nice to have 2 sweats for Alaska. Hallaert follows through with 2.5, and for Hendrix with the clubs.
I survived the aces too.
I would think for the most part we go for just the call.
Yeah, most of the time an Alaskan sweat involves a pan-pan call from a crab boat that's incapacitated. But here,
interesting choice for Hallaert. It's a really good card for him. in the sense that we can connect with that 10 in a variety of ways that the big blind can't. But having said that, ace-jack feels cozy enough to check. I'm not sure. I think it's a pretty high-frequency bet for us in general on this card. This particular hand, let's see what Hallaert goes for. Goes for a check. And now on the ace of hearts river. It's interesting, we don't really want clubs as Hendrix to bluff. However, these particular clubs do block the ace twice. He does make a very nice kind of thematic give up. And it looks like hand one of the unofficial final table is going Kenny Hallaert's way.
Things could have been more expensive for Hendrix, but he did choose the passive line. And perhaps he could have evicted the ace-jack with other explorations. Not a critique. 14.6 in the middle, and Hallaert looking for value. I think Hendrix isn't going to force a count as he does lay it down. You know, we've talked a little bit about some of the themes. How about 10th place finishers? Any of these names ring a bell? You know, if I would have asked you, give me one out of the 10 names on your screen as one you recall having been in the unofficial final table 10 slot and not having made the official FT, could you have picked out any of those names?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's a ruthless thing about tournaments, but even second place I've heard referred to as the first loser. It's a cold world out there, Ali, but we tend to only remember vividly first place. And they all can feel that.
Now listen, regardless of their finishes, they're all going to remember this forever. Rarefied air to make it down to a single table in the main.
For waters earlier, but never came.
You know, I must say, even though we bore witness, I didn't realize quite how much the grinder stack had ascended to. 78.2 million for Mike.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. And by the way, a fairly flat chip distribution amongst the 10 players, relatively speaking. So we could still perhaps be in for a long night.
Nobody's in a hurry to cram the rest of their tokens into the middle liberally, is my guess. Current shortest stack belongs to Joey Padron. He's got 12 bigs as it stands. Obviously, that sub-10 territory is what we keep an eye on in terms of not allowing one many luxuries. Hendrix allowing the check back from Minghini. King 7 and 6-3 suited, booking a date. 4-8 in the middle. Pair of threes for Minghini. Hop in front.
By the way, a big blind increase. That 6 1.2 to the 8 1.6 feels so meaty. Couple of checks.
Yeah, three's not feeling so meaty. But still best after the ace rolls off.
Amongst our King 7 offsuits to barrel, we really like that spade if we're Hendrix.
He comes forward, not so much on the strength of a king high, but rather simply seeking to dismiss a variety of Minghini's combos. Jarod calls. 4 overcards to the 3 now.
And it kind of feels, if we're in Hendrix' seat, that the prospects of bluffing out a 3 or potentially a 9 certainly spring to mind. I suppose a lot of our good hands, if we're Adam, would have raised pre, which is a little bit alarming when we're considering going for bluffs, but he is cutting out some salmons. He goes for 6 point some odd, and for Minghini, this one probably is over.
We saw him make a big call with the Queen 10 against Kenny Hallaert to earn his way to the stack he presides over right now. Circumstances different in this one, and the quality of the holding far less attractive.
By the way, Hendrix is a pretty cool customer out there.
Yeah, and not simply thanks to the personal neck fan.
That's a winner. Really nice start for Adam.
Yesterday, I was hypothesizing as to whether or not this rip and dip apparel was associated with some sort of tobacco company or whatever. Clearly not, and in fact, word has come down. A boutique near Melrose Boulevard in Los Angeles responsible for the garb that Adam has been quite dedicated to out there.
I did one.
Okay. All right.
We'll dedicate an additional $250,000 to the final 9. As you see the payouts, brought to you by GTO Wizard.
Cherokee with that one dude, and you didn't do it.
By the way, he's got it all going. But is that the seafoam shorts with kind of the coordinated
That's right. I said please.
kicks? Flavor.
Actually, I did put in the song. But I cut it short. I think I'm owed half. I owe you half.
That actually does sound right.
That's right.
That actually does sound kind of right.
You know
For
what's
some reason,
notably
that does sound
absent the remaining 10 right now, and I'm not lamenting this, Nick. Nobody here I look upon and think clear villain, or villain at all.
That's true. Of stone villain has not emerged.
You can sort of really get behind, take your pick, and not feel bad about it. Now the grinder. Certainly among the more mischievous of the remaining combatants, evidenced by this suited one-gapper. These are the things, Nick, that I suspect we're going to see more of out of his seat. And the deeper his stack gets, the more frequently we'll observe it. Hendrix, stopper on the button with ace-jack.
Yeah, this is a low jack open from the grinder with 6-4. 10-handed in the main event.
Flat, the chosen path. Offsuit connector here for Margets, 47 million back, and she is going to step away.
I think that fold is overtly correct. Look how swollen even a single raise pot gets as the grinder finds middle pair and the back door.
More than we can say for Hendrix's ace high.
Ace up his sleeve, Ollie.
Is that the tattoo?
He flashed the tattoo. I couldn't help but notice.
Yeah.
It was an ace.
There's also almost an entire roulette wheel.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the inspiration was behind that one, but I'm a touch surprised to see Hendrix keeping him honest here. I totally understand it, but we're covered against a guy who's just so trigger happy. It's a hard hand to play, but it speaks to Adam's willingness to fight.
I think the other deterrent for me is the ICM topic will become more prevalent, is the presence of so many thinner stacks than our own, immediate pay ladder.
You know, it was only 2 big blinds. It isn't as if, but agreed.
Now this board pairing 9 and another barrel from Grinder. The kind of card where if Hendrix felt that his hand was good on the flop, this hasn't changed anything.
And that's one of the issues.
Sort of like when your DARE educator talked about gateway drugs. Sure, flatting the 2 bigs, maybe that's not a problem, but then the hard stuff on the turn. Hendrix does step away, however, and Mizrachi's rail loves it.
It was a great analogy, Ali. I think a lot of us probably were thinking something similar. like when your DARE educator teaches you about gateway drugs.
You know, I know sarcasm when it's in the air, Nick, and I don't think you mean it.
It's awfully late in Vegas. The rail's feeling good, guys. I mean, we can just sort of feel that.
What are they booing now?
Not sure. Looks like maybe, you know, we got the one rail on the one side rooting for whoever, and then the other, you know, I felt like it was one of those.
It could also simply have been last call for alcohol that I think they would robustly push back on.
And by the way, Ali, if Margets makes it 9-handed, or even now, it's always a little bit confusing with the official versus the unofficial. Would that be the first female participant of the main event final table since Barbara Enright?
My first question as we went to the break of producer Jackie was that, and she did affirm Enright way back, 90s, I think it was. 86, forgive me.
Unbelievable.
We're talking about
38 years. 39.
She finished 5th in a sub 300 player field. Now Margets at minimum 10th and hoping for better than that. Minghini's hopes center around the ace-4 and the button. Margets surveys with ace deuce.
32.
Remember, we did run that clip of Leo making a run in 09, 27th. She's been down this way before, and now she's taking us up to 9 million.
This is really nice from Margets. We see these ideas all the time. The deuce is essentially a napkin of sorts. And the ace is, of course, the most key card in the deck. Minghini sizes are up, but we have to think this one is over. Beautiful. And you know something, when you have a rail like that, it does give you a little extra EV, I feel, because people don't want to sail off and lose and have to hear the Vamo and the songs and all of that. So it just gives you a little extra something.
Do want to correct ourselves, and credit to David Lappin, who's out there keeping an eye on things. Another member of the Booth Brethren, 1995. Barbara Enright's final table.
95, okay.
But sub 300 player field, that much we did get right, so apologies. Ace-7 suited now for Wasnock as We saw Margets make her move. He chooses not to hop in there.
And again, perhaps Shark Week right to his left.
Yeah.
Had a little influence on that.
Sure. King 7 of hearts. Leo. Shooting it. Ten of 5 offsuit. Sure, we can make all of the straights. This is the advisory, but we're gonna place our efforts elsewhere if we're Kenny.
Make all of the straights, though. Look at your odd poker mind just at work.
That's the 10-5. I've heard that, you know, a few times. It
Just
wasn't
saying.
in the moment that I deduct, you know.
Yeah, it's the other way around. The intentions, you know what?
Well, there it is. Officially. And right, 95, 5th. The best ever performance. Look how many players, in terms of ladies, have made it to 10th, but not to that official final table. For whatever reason, the hurdle, Samuelson, Isaacs, Annie Duke, Gael Bowman all know this. And perhaps somewhere out there, they are cheering on Leo Margets to clear the obstacle. And she's poised to do it. Nick, not simply referring to the depth of her stack, but also the depth of her talents.
I agree with you, Ali. She's composed, enjoying it, but still feeling it. And playing great.
You know, to be fair,
When I won the PPC and I came fifth.
we've gotten enough glimpses at all of these final 10 across the last several days, Nick, to be able to suggest that all of them are handling themselves out here. There isn't somebody who's failed upwards on display.
Let's give them a little time, you know. Just kidding. I agree, Ali.
Won't take too much time for Hallaert to say hello. Small blind, Queen Jack suited.
Under other circumstances, we would often raise here, but into the stone chip leader, usually the idea at final tables is to mostly limp.
How about this? Queen's up on a delightful little board for Hallaert. Dunaway. Nothing exciting. Quick check back, by the way, from Braxton. Ace on the turn, and might this king high, which no longer plays the tray, feel like there's some value is played in the face of a potential Hallaert bet, which I'm not sure he has at the ready. He does end up checking again.
88. Whose drink is this? You want it?
Things being kept tidy by both parties. The floor
Now,
doesn't change
Ali,
anything.
what you were talking about on the prior street might very well apply. We would imagine Kenny will throw something out there targeting the 4 or the king. And for Dunaway, we could understand hero calls. You beat all the middle cards.
2.8. Service, please.
And it does get paid. Hallaert with a little nibble on the chip leader there. But you can see the caginess associated with the unofficial final table bubble.
You're right, and by the way, the pay jump to, forgive me, what is 10th? Guaranteed? I know 9th is $1 million.
750.
10th is 750,
yes,
right? So
yes.
A 250K pay jump is very big. It's the same pay jump from 9th to 8th and 8th to 7th.
4? Yeah, I'll take a couple. 2. Let me take care of these guys.
Thank you very much. You don't have to by any chance. Oh, yeah, just if you have a spare one, I'll wait. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much.
Here. Thank you.
Minghini, suited king. You know, you might be tempted to think that poker players who've been around a long time somehow wouldn't be taking all that much interest in what's going on up here because they've been there, done that, and yet many of them in contact late night here.
We all come together and watch the main.
David Williams out there.
It's a beautiful thing.
He knows something about deep main runs. Shout out to him for watching.
D. Will.
Yeah, Andy Frankenberger's been in communication, also longtime pro. Norman Chad out there watching right now. Shout out to Norman, by the way. You're missed, my friend.
Big shout out to Norman, and he will be laying it down for this to go out to the masses on TV, you know, regular TV.
CBS Sports.
Love that.
He and Lon will handle that once this one's in the books. Hallaert handling King Queen and doing so quite nicely on this flop. Top pair against Waz's ace high as Kenny outflops. Follow through of 3 million into the 9.4. This one ends uneventfully. Though Hallaert is working his way northward. Kenny's been very steady. More a stable coin than a meme coin. His chip graph as we get a look at his main event success. I mean, you know, we talk a lot about 6th and 16. How about that follow-up of 64th in 17? One that I confess I hadn't clocked. And then, you know, top 300, 200. These are also notable runs.
Very. I mean, it's very impressive, the main event resume that he's put together.
You know, if I looked up his confirmation number come ME and I found the checkout date to kind of be after it's all said and done, I wouldn't roll my eyes at him. This is with good reason. You want to make sure accommodations are in place.
Yeah, you know, I got to be honest. I don't really understand what you said. You totally lost me. I could ask for an explanation, or we could just move forward to Lee's 9-8 suited and so on. It's up to you. the confirmation date, it just didn't happen for me.
Confirmation number for the hotel reservation. If he books it through to the end of the main, I wouldn't roll my eyes at him.
Okay, I got you. I agree with that, Ali.
It's
Absolutely.
not too cocky from a guy like
That's
him.
right.
It's a good time to do a small
Yes, could I have room for 11 days, please?
Sleeping? You want to sleep? Luckily, there are no shot locks. He would be out of Timex already.
Nobody would say anything.
Is this Kenny? Good to hear from you, my friend. I'm not sure why the front desk clerk also had to have an accent. That probably wasn't the right read.
See some accents at the front desk, though. 4.5 from Dunaway. That's a lot of meat on the bone. So we see that he's willing to go for pretty big pre-flop sizes here.
You'll see some Karens at the front desk. You hang out long enough. 4.5 is what we're seeing from Dunaway. Still up toward the top of the leaderboard, despite not having the chip lead. Mizrachi has that honor right now. Looks down at Queen 4. You know, I'm not trying to be a hall monitor, but the gentleman here to the left of the woman in the white with the bangs, and what looks like a post-pubescent stash.
Can we ID this child out there?
This one here strikes me as not coming in over 21, though the screwdriver that I think he's working on right there
The grinder
suggests
just
otherwise.
inquired why so much. He also had some lettering going down the neck.
Yeah, the tattoo also leans over 21, but you know.
Mikey baby. All right. Didn't make it easy.
Anytime people come in and they're like, oh, here goes this guy Hollywooding again, roll the tape on him.
Big facts.
Okay?
You lost your voice?
He can do it.
Horse, 2 horse.
Will you ever dream of playing under the lights? Not here at the main, but at the PokerGO studio. Well, True Classic and PokerGO are giving 15 of you a shot at a 5K package to compete in a signature end-of-year event. Head to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGO. Tell us your favorite poker story and get entered to win. I think I posed this question already, but I confess I don't remember you actually delivering a response to it. I think you were going to think about it, but did you have a favorite poker story, Nick, of all the years you've been playing, one that just gets you every time?
You know, there's 2 that always make me laugh.
Okay.
One, Benjamin told me about this guy in France who was sort of a mush, just couldn't catch a break, and he got it all in at a televised final table in Europe.
Okay.
With queens against 10s. But another guy had tanked for a while pre and folded, and the guy said, I fold the other 2 10s. It came, no, hang on. It came 9-5 deuce, deuce, 10. The other guy was lying.
Oh my God!
Name a beat worse than lose to no out. You cannot name a beat worse than no out, my friend. And another one was this guy was bluffing this gangster in a game, like a known killer guy, and we'll get back to the action, of course. But the guy was really putting the heat on him. And finally, the guy just said, I can't take it anymore. I'm bluffing. You win. And he just quit the game. Those 2 always get me. See the grinders rail there.
I'm sure they got some stories. A lot of them having to do with celebrating the successes of the grinder
I think
throughout
the
the
guy,
years.
the gangster in the pot,
In the story you were just telling?
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter. Let's just...
Oh, don't leave us hanging.
He did some bad stuff, Holly. But, you know, I don't want... I am in the booth. We're in this little cocoon here, and it's so late. Feels like it's just us. But, you know, alas, it's not.
You know, I've been involved in poker and TV a long time. Once upon a time, with the late Gavin Smith and one Joe Seabach, I was a part of something called Poker Road Radio, a podcast that used to follow the WPTs. We see Hallert's Ace-10, going to make a little noise, and we interviewed Paul Darden.
Legend, the truth.
Back in the day, and I asked him about a hiatus, you know, as you looked in his Hendon and his results over the years or whatever, and he just turned to me and he said, well, it was a murder beef. And I confess I didn't really have the follow-up. I just kept it moving.
Yeah, well, shout out Paul Darden.
Haven't seen that one in a while.
Ace-9 off for Bojovic in the big.
And for his sake, we hope we don't see him. Though defending this one is very, very standard.
Who do you pick? We have to pick? That's a bad deal for us. You know? I mean, I literally probably have 25 to 30 people.
No, by the way, that extra $500,000 that Hallaert applied here.
Yeah, he's been doing that for a while.
I don't know. We'll see.
Reasons behind it?
I think the idea is we're playing pretty tight, we're playing great hands, and when we're in there, we're really declaring ourselves, we're reverse incentivizing people from messing with us, and we're just already leaving the gate with a very strong range.
And we are holding the best of it. Still on this Queen-Jack-4 board where the Ace-10 morphs into a Broadway gutter. The Ace of Hearts of note for Bojovic, who does check. $3 million.
This spot for Bojovic, despite having the most key card in the deck, not much else.
Yeah.
Right on, close, like really close, like a walk down the hill to it. Nice area.
Concession.
My
as Hallaert once more hauls one in.
Is there an area over there called Twin Lakes?
Spacey FCB, the nickname listed for the 43-year-old Belgian who lives in London. Enjoys traveling, sports, and this is the one I like, fine dining.
Oh, well, maybe you and him could share a lovely meal at a nice Michelin star, you know, establishment.
I think it'd be on him at this point.
I think you're right.
Such a true foodie is Hallaert that he travels internationally to visit specific restaurants, treating cuisine as both an art form and a cultural journey. Now I know I'm going to break bread with this guy quite happily, as once more he's going to break out with a raise, Ace-Jack. I'm going to ask you now, with a few of these strung together, Nick, do you feel as though the VPIP is starting to feel like a man trying to exploit or take advantage of an overly conservative crew?
I don't, and I tend not to read too much into that unless there's real reason to. Sometimes players just get a good hand a few times in a row.
Guess it's important to remind ourselves of that.
You know, it's kind of an old school thing. You raise somebody's blind twice in a row, it's personal. You raise 3 times in a row, it's unthinkable. The glares and, you know, but it's like Mr. Lee is in.
Pocket threes plus button equals call. Hendrix stepping aside, as does Bojovic. So table for 2. And let's see what the amuse-bouche is with 11.2 in there. King 6-5, rainbow. Threes are still best. Ace Jack, not in the mood to follow through. A very brisk check back from Lee, and now compliments of the chef. Course number 2, putting Hallaert in front. Once more, it goes check, check. River 4. Here comes the pursuit of value.
5 million.
5 million. Lee has not snap folded. Doing inventory here.
Mr. Lee perhaps has visions of beating ace-10, ace-queen. There aren't too many other hands. I think some of the inferior hands to those Mr. Lee hears from prior to the river. Some long days for these players. The day off tomorrow will be a welcome occurrence. Just to rest a little bit, maybe a little spa, a little sun.
Just replenish the life force, which has been sapped across multiple days.
The November 9 thing was sort of cool, but kind of excessive. It you know, it depends how you feel about it. But I do think the day off is classy of the World Series. It's just too much. You know, that one day is really reasonable. We're talking 8 straight days.
I guess there's a lot of poker coaches out there who lament the narrowing of the marketing opportunity for them to maybe find customers during that downtime. Spacey FCB, by the way, I've now got some intel on this, is each summer the list that Hallaert, who is so multi-dimensional in the poker world, a player obviously, but also a director, live events advisor for PokerStars, an ambassador, all in one.
How much?
He curates it as a sortable spreadsheet that outlines every major Vegas tournament, including the WSOP, but also Wynn, Aria, and Venetian schedules. Sort of a go-to resource for his peers to help make the experience more accessible to everyone.
I've heard about that.
Of course, he does charge $99.99. No, he doesn't. Does it out of the goodness of his heart.
Grinder's rail erupts at the fold. Attaboy, Mikey. Don't get too crazy out there, brother.
Bojovic.
Mike, by the way, you know my cousin's got the pizza shops, right? Well, listen, we're thinking one more location in Palm Desert. You don't have to say now. You don't have to. You know I love you like a brother, right, Mike?
But we're doing 300 pies out of that shop.
Oh, forget about it. I'll show you the numbers. You're not going to believe it.
Not right now.
Let me tell you something. It's not too good to be true. It's better.
7, 8, 10. 2 hearts here as the king high becomes better. No, forgive me. It does become better, but not as good as the ace high, which turns into a pair of 8s. Well, 8.8 out there.
It did objectively become better, but you're right.
King of hearts relevant.
Command. Couple of checks. We're seeing some real pot control, so on. As well we should, 10-handed on the 250K pay jump. All right.
Oh, boy. Yeah, there's perhaps not enough blood in that gentleman's alcohol stream. Four-liner on board, understandable. Another round of checks and another path to a straight upon the arrival of the four. Knuckled all the way down. Take it, Luka.
Vamos. Yeah, limp check. Just, I love it. I love the energy so much. I know it was raised, but it could be the smallest pot in the world. They're singing songs over there. There's nothing like this. There really isn't.
It was somewhat tepid, but I agree. And if you think it's raucous now, wait until the final 9.
It was somewhat tepid, but it was a big vamo, and then the song for Ray's call, just check it right down.
They're just dying for an opportunity to release some of this pent-up excitement and energy. I mean, you really feel it when you're on the rail and you have a personal connection to someone out there living out the dream of basically anybody who's played tournament poker.
Definitely. And, you know, I don't know if it's soccer culture but just the Euros, they come together. I mean, Grinder's rail is insane too, though.
You know, I have a producer beyond the borders.
By the way, here comes Dunaway, yes.
Of the WSOP, one James Dempsey.
Love James.
Who has turned me on. He's a big cycling enthusiast, and he's turned me on to this Tour de France documentary. The Euros, I mean, you know, I remember rally car driving and stuff. These cycles would just be right there on the track with cars coming flying through here, and a car flips over and they're out there helping the guys turn it over and get them on the track again. In cycling, they're literally running alongside these dudes on 10 speeds, patting them on the back, giving them a candy bar or whatever. I mean, they really know how to get passionate about what they're into.
Thank you. I got one coming. They're all coming tomorrow.
You know, decidedly less passionate response to Dunaway's take there.
That'll be better.
Dunaway is the chip leader. Very close between Hallaert, Waz, and the Grinder.
There's Tayo, by the way.
Hey, shout out Tayo.
Has worked his way into the Grinder camp, and that feels like the right home for him.
Definitely.
You know, those are kindred livers on that rail. Are we going to ID this kid? This is really bothering me now. I just need to know.
Yeah, so I well, I don't play poker in the casino yet, but you know, I still play with my friends and
Pocket nines for Grinder.
Just get him that and just decompress.
He could just be 30.
Yeah, you know, we don't know. He's on the rail. I mean, he's here in the horseshoe late at night.
I just, you know.
Looks like a winner for the Grinder.
You know, if he walks up to a convenience store and asks for a pack of menthols, he's getting carded. I mean. Is that a Kyrie?
By the way, mind you, one member of the Grinder's entourage has already been kicked out tonight. Not saying they're out of line, but there was that one guy.
Right, but the over has not come in.
Yeah, the over of 3.5 is still, you know, holding strong.
Nothing strong developing thus far.
Man, I love your tattoo. Any special reason why is it in Italian, the tattoo? This one over here. No?
Tell you later.
No, it's okay.
Girlfriend.
Yeah. It's Italian.
Not it.
Hallaert gets a walk when he didn't need one.
Ace 10.
Ace 3-4. Ace 10.
With her for a long time.
3-4.
It's Grinder's brother Eric, by the way, with the chain and the hat, glasses directly over Hallaert.
In Italy, I used to live there.
Iwi, I believe, affectionately referred to.
8 years. She's from Milan.
Don't see Robbie out there, which is a bit surprising, but chances are, given how good he is, he's just deep in something elsewhere.
So he could easily be grinding. No pun intended.
Yeah.
Snowman for Waz.
Well, the Mariners fans set sail.
Ace 10 for the grinder. 10-handed under the gun one. Sizes up Waz. He's gone.
Ace king for Bojovic, as though his rail knows that something exciting is going to break out. They're in song. Pause button pushed as Luka leans in. Comes with flat, Nick.
You know, I think it's quite normal. We have Padron sitting on 8 bigs, some odd. We have Waz raising under the gun 10. If we 3-bet and Waz comes over the top, it's just so wild. I do think you could 3-bet, but perhaps calls for choice. And this I did not see coming from Padron with ace 6 off.
He has jammed his final 12.6. You saw the king-queen wither away. It's going to come back over to Waz now.
And this could play out in a variety of ways. We just have to see. If Waz goes for the call, certainly Bojovic will be coming over the top for the all-in, we would imagine. If Waz somehow raises, probably Bojovic is just gone. And of course, if Waz folds, he does go for the call, and I would have to think Bojovic comes over the top for all-in. But this is a wild spot for him, of course, and he can't know Padron has ace-6 offsuit, Ali.
That's for sure, as none of us anticipated the button's behavior. I needn't remind anyone that this is the unofficial final table bubble. A pay ladder of 250,000 on the horizon. He's sitting so comfortably right now with 60 million. If for some reason he's wrong about a jam here, Wasnock has him covered and could end him and Padron at once.
It looks like he's going for call. I'm a little bit surprised, but again, the not wanting to risk the whole stack for the reasons you just mentioned are very real.
Seldom do we see ace-kings handled with this much care, but we get it. Padron's all in, has an opportunity to haul in 41.8. Jack 5-5 board. Eights holding on here. The dry side gets checked into.
And this is a curious little game. Normally we don't start bluffing at dry side pots. Let's just move forward. Some good things could happen for Bojovic. Padron has an inferior ace, and one like this gets bluffed out. It's pretty sweet with 42 million sitting out there. Couple checks once more.
Quite content with so much in the middle already to do some checking, as the second jack might feel to Padron like a ray of hope?
First of all, GG Padron, he fought valiantly. This was a rather shocking decision, but it's hard to get them all right over the course of 8 days. Very good game to you, sir. And just like that, we have the official final table, Ali. 9 left, day off tomorrow. Wow.
Crept up on us in a hurry and in a way that we didn't anticipate. Still wearing a big and bright smile is Joey Padron, and why wouldn't he? $14,500 in career tournament earnings coming in. Pile $750,000 on top of that.
What an incredible run. 10th place, 750 waiting for him, Ali.
Which one do you want that hand?
JL and Leslie back home watching Papa, along with his wife, Luigi. I'm sure awfully proud. And of course, was thrilled to be taking that one down. Big influx of capital to him. As Padron is expelled, took his fate into his own hands, and now Jeff Platt takes him onto the mic.
What an atmosphere here on the rail, the emotion flowing. Leo, let me steal you for a quick second. Leo Margets, you are the first woman in the modern era to make the World Series of Poker main event. What does that mean to you?
It's so unreal, but I mean, I don't know. Right now, it's just like really, it's a dream, and you know, they are. I'm so glad I'm sharing with them. I mean, it means so much. It's like how lucky I am to live this.
Tell me what the moment was like when you were with everybody on the rail, when that club arrived on the river.
That is, I think, the most incredible moment of my life.
We're going to let you celebrate with your friends. Congratulations on a great run, and we'll see Leo soon at the final table.
She's so cool, man. You know, you really feel that emotion and support and how much it means to her, wearing her heart on her sleeve. First one, I mean, this is incredible stuff, Ali.
And we're not talking about the way that the green tracksuit slid by security, right? Some card this. Anyway, back with Jeff.
All right, he's stacking up his chips. He had a lot more than he had at one point in the day. I'm going to let him count it out. He's almost done. At one point, Michael Mizrachi was down to less than 2 million in chips. This is one of the more remarkable comebacks that we have seen in main event history. How'd you do it?
Buddy, I don't know. I just waited for the right spots. I never gave up. It's unbelievable. I mean, you got to get lucky at that point, but I got lucky to have an ace under the gun. I mean, just a situation. I hit running flushes on both of them. You know, I was only on probably like in this tournament like for my life probably 3 or 4 times, and that was it. So that's pretty remarkable to get here.
You told us if you got a big stack, it would be trouble for your opponents. How much trouble will it be for them come this final table?
I didn't say anything, but they're in a lot of trouble.
We've heard the grinder chants throughout. What will this rail be like for the final table of the World Series of Poker main event?
A lot louder than this. We're taking over, buddy. It's gonna be all of us because we're probably be heads up with somebody. Hopefully.
Congratulations on a great run. We know it's not over yet. Appreciate the time.
It's going to be pandemonium come July 15th as the final table of 9 will kick it off at 3 o'clock Pacific time and then crown a champ on the 16th. Jeff's still working.
Was, you are the chip leader going into the World Series of Poker main event final table. Tell me what it is like to hear that.
I don't know what to say. It's been a hell of a run. I was down to 10 bigs about 3 hours ago, I think. Just kind of kept grinding. Played a short stack. I mean, it's been a roller coaster. I've been up and down, but I've been fortunate. I mean, I had good cards. I played well. Play well, run well. That's what you got to do.
How special is this moment considering your family was able to make the trip, is here supporting you?
Makes it a lot more special for sure. Got a good group and hopefully some more people coming down to watch on Tuesday.
Any sense yet of how much pressure you will feel come this final table?
You know, I kind of feel like I'm free rolling. I haven't felt overwhelmed by anything. I feel comfortable. You know, just play my game.
I'd call that the dream free roll. Appreciate the time. We'll see you in a couple days for the final table.
You know what's so crazy as we see the chips there? We don't know people's situations, but you could just play the main and get rich, you know, like out of nowhere.
You can play the main
big paper right here.
And set yourself up to be wealthy.
You know, it's wild.
Hashtag night shift coin. Is that not, maybe that's not the way to spend your main event money?
Yeah. By the way, Waz, did you hear about this coin me and my man Ali are starting?
There's another glimpse at the schedule. We're going to take a day off, and Lord knows these 9 could use it as they have been tested, taken to the brink, and then they're going to come back to do more battle for $10 million in the main event bracelet. How about it? Great crew, Nick.
Absolutely, Ali. It really has.
Can't wait.
See you Monday, right?
Sounds like a plan. No, today's Sunday, Tuesday.
I'll see you Tuesday.
It's all good. It's all a blur at this point, and it's probably a fever dream for the 9 that will come back on that Tuesday. And we hope that each and every one of you will be among those who return to spend those 2 days with us in search of a head upon which to rest the crown. We're going to say goodnight. We'll see you Tuesday. Peace.